And so, with that, let us get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Right into the world of Final Fantasy here. You can see the dash feature just the same as PlayStation, and annoyingly, it also requires that you hold the button down the whole time. So it makes your thumb really tired by the end of the night. Go ahead and get 4 rapiers and 4 chainmail armors. I should do my config menu. So yep, we're on the extra mode. We want to have memory cursor, fast message speed. By the way, the WonderSwan's got these really crazy buttons. It's like impossible to have a good controller for emulating it because it's got 2 D-pads. Like one D-pad not good enough. It's got an X D-pad and a Y D-pad. So I only have Y D-pad left and right bound because I ran out of buttons on my controller. Hey, Gravity Queen, welcome in. What year did the WonderSwan come out? This is something that'd be around the late 90s. Maybe more towards the mid 90s for a lot of the development for it. Oh, the other cool thing about the 2 D-pads is that you can rotate the console between horizontal and vertical modes. And there are games that have like different control schemes depending on which way you're holding it. It doesn't have like a sensor or anything like a modern tilt controller would have. You have to be in a special mode in the game for horizontal versus vertical. But there's actually some games that use it. Like they had a version of Ghosts and Goblins with some new levels that use the vertical layout. Yeah, mid 90s is about when it came out, and then late 90s is when it died. There's also, in that late 90s period, something of an indie scene where they made this thing called the Wonder Witch, which allowed you to put homebrew games on it. And those are like, if you think WonderSwan colors or crystals are really hard to find, the Wonder Witch is another one of those like impossible to locate type of peripherals. Interpreter, welcome in. I don't think a lot of people have seen the WonderSwan version. This is extremely rare. Technical reason the music's slower? I mean, it's another one of those consoles that has a really tiny, poor quality speaker. So it's got some limitations in that regard. The nice thing about the WonderSwan color is that the screen was actually pretty good for the era. Like, it's really washed out and pale, but it was actually ahead of Nintendo's screen quality for a short period of time. Then the Game Boy Advance came out and just destroyed it. No, don't beat Ace up. Why 3 Red Mages? Because with the bugs fixed, you can use Temper and buff one person up really high. So you don't really want to have more attackers, you want to have more buffers. Thank you much for the resub there. Glad to have you back for some more Final Fantasy and Out of Bounds Bats. Also for a bridge. You get a bridge. And a loot. I'll give you the loot too. Don't lose that. We'll need that later. This is money grinding. I will be doing 15 puzzle, which I don't think I did the last time I did this route. I'm pretty sure the last time I did this, it was Peninsula Power, and that requires a lot of time spent in ogres and trolls and zombies and things like that. Does the WonderSwan color have the Out of Bounds bat? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid Out of Bounds bat is a version exclusive to the original releases. Man, this different music is so weird. Like, the graphics look very, very close to Game Boy Advance or to PlayStation, but the music is so different. Go and get the Cure Spell for everybody. There's 1, 2, 3 of those. That earlier save was from my testing today to make sure that my emulator still worked. The good thing about WonderSwan is you don't have to update your emulator because there are no updates ever. Hey, Ashes Varian, welcome in. That's right, WonderSwan time. The wondrous of swans. Like PlayStation, there's no easy L plus R for doing running. WonderSwan had 2 D-pads, an A button, a B button, and a start button. It's just weird. When's the MSX version? MSX, I think, is more painful to play, but I could actually theoretically capture it should I ever find somebody that's willing to sell Final Fantasy for the MSX. I have never even seen it for sale. Were those swans in the opening? I believe those are Agamas. They're flighted Agamas taking wing, gracefully flying over the horizon there. Heard great things about this version. When it came out, it was amazing because it's really a great remake over the NES and Famicom versions. But if you've got like all the other ones since then, it might not be as impressive because this is basically what the PlayStation version used as its starting point. And they made very few changes between WonderSwan Color and PlayStation, other than resampling the music, which is great, and then the memo save is also really great, having an actual working memo save that you can use. Get away, Bill! Get away, Dan! You remember to throw on memory cursor? Wolves jerks in any version of the game. And without memo save, you don't really have an easy way of skipping bad battles. Like, having to go all the way back to your last save point like you would on the NES version makes this much tougher, combined with the fact that there's no encounter manipulation of any kind. Definitely a lot of challenges as a result. We'll need some good luck over the next couple of days that I work on this to get a very solid run going. Man, those ponies look pretty crazy. This is still Ace Bill Caladan, that is. Oh, these wolves. Wolves are driving me crazy. No, that's the ponies. The ponies are driving me crazy. The wolves are driving me up the wall. I've seen a couple copies of people that have them in collections, but never people that wanted to sell them. Like, I've maybe seen 5 or 6 copies of it. Because I know I've got a couple people that have just the main program disc, and they don't have the character disc, which was just used for your save files. No more wolves. Hey, Vicarian, welcome in. All right. Made it into town. Let's go bust some Pirate Head. The music is pretty notably different. I mean, it's a very different sound hardware system than any Nintendo products. So I think somebody mentioned this. It's kind of like the difference between Nintendo games and like Genesis games whenever they got ported between real platforms. And you could always immediately tell which was the Genesis version because it just sounds so distinctively different. Hey, Ghoul, welcome in. There we go, one ship later. And we'll be abusing that right away to do our 15 puzzles. I'm going to do, let's say, 5 completions. I don't know how much cash I need, but since this is original difficulty, I do need quite a bit more than I would on easy mode or GBA. Also, there is a huge amount of delay when doing these puzzles. You really feel how much there is a pause in between every single movement. Give it 55 seconds on the clock. Plenty of room for more completions. And what happens is every time you get first place, you get 10,000 gil. And this will replace a lot of treasure pickups to have that money. Now, again, I don't know exactly how much I want for this mode, but I'm guessing somewhere around 50,000 is going to be good. Oh, nice, cool. I missed your last P4G run. I've tried to catch as many as I could because I really love that game. I was also really happy when High Spirits did a couple runs of those, but I don't think he's going to do it all that often. Alright, this is number 3. Hey, Bloodshed, you get pretty good with the 15 puzzle with some practice. All it takes is a lot of tries. Let's do this one at 50 seconds. Alright, number 4. So now all I have to do is just beat 50 seconds 2 more times. I'll apologize if I miss anything while doing this, because it actually does require pretty much focused concentration the whole time I'm doing the puzzle. Okay, get that one in. Let's move our 13 and 9 pair in next. This one will be at 49 seconds. 8, 9. And last one. There we go. All right. Now with our riches, we can go ahead and start buying some stuff. I'm going to get the Stry spell, which is Temper. And that Temper spell does work really well on this version. Gonna get 3 of those. Because it's spell slot based, I do not want to get Ice 1. I'll be using all of my spells of that tier at Temper. Oh man, what a jerk. Let's reset his position. Don't go left. There you go. What am I going to do this 15 puzzle for HDQ? Maybe in the practice room. We'll do some 15 puzzle races at one time. I think GBA is my favorite version of the 15 puzzle. It feels like that one moves the smoothest. Alright, monster ambush shouldn't be a problem. Let's do 2 tempers. Maybe I should have only done 1. It's hard to hit a shark in the first place. But he doesn't have a ton of defense. Can I read Japanese? Yes, although it's tough to keep up with the pace of some of these things. There we go, that's our next level. Who let the shark on the boat? That's a great question. I think it was probably Dan. We need to give him a stern talking to after this is over. Man, getting all the sharks here. Unfortunately, only 1 cast a temper on each mage to start with. Oh, man, only I had more tempers. Sir, welcome in. Alright, let's go ahead and get 2 silver swords. Get 1 for our fighter, 1 for our backup for the red mage. I don't want to spend all my cash on that. There's Thundara for everybody. Next up, we'll get Fire all over the place. And then finally some Cura as well. Unlike GBA and beyond, there is no restriction on when you can buy spells because you've got the spell slot system to limit when you can cast them. So that means I can go ahead and shop for things even though I don't have any spell slots yet. Alright, let's get you iron armor and a shield. Probably don't really need that iron armor. There is one to pick up in Marsh Cave. Yeah, this predates the change to where the silver swords are. Yeah, let's get about 10 of those cottages. Well, 10 cabins. I'll probably need 3 houses here, and... Oh, I already got 5 gold needles from the 15 puzzles, so we don't need any more of those. And since I'm unlikely to come back for a while, I will get haste for Dan. The rest of the team will need haste later, but if I happen to have spell slots early, then Dan can go ahead and use that. My guess is that I'm not going to be able to get that for a while. The fast heals are really nice. Why doesn't the randomizer have fast heals like that? 10 at a time is so slow. We need 99 at a time. Alright, I will take an ogre. 1 ogre plus 1 temper should be good here. So I like to get a couple levels before doing Marsh Cave. Without Memo Save, it is pretty tough to get through places like that. Let's try one temper for the Scorpions. These guys should have less HP than an ogre. Ow. Alright, that's fine. That's not fine. Bill's down. Come on, Bill, clinch. Or at least hit the thing. One of the two. There you go. Actually, I think one of my buttons does this quickly. That's magic, so it must be... Yeah, D-pad right. Quick menu to go into my item. The D-pad left to do magic. Should be good. Alright, 2 ogres. I won't even mind the ambush yet. Okay, this is 2 tempers on Ace. Clonk. Such a resounding sound of getting impacted by that ogre fist. Probably take one more good battle. That's not a good battle. Nobody wants the Grimp Werewolf encounter. Nobody really wants 4 gas either, unless you've got a white mage. Or if you've already got fire too, which is not going to happen until we're level 6 on the red mages. What does the ogre use his fist if he's got a club? He had no points to put into his club skill. It's just decorative. Oh, come on, Bill. Get out of there. Bill, why? Yeah, running's my best bet. This is where it hurts to not have memo saves. Oh no, stun locked. Stun locked already. This is a really aggressive one as well, because you got a 1 in 4 chance of breaking out a stun each round. And so far, nobody's broken out. There we go, Bill's back up. Why, Bill? Ace is back up, but he's going to go down really fast. I really don't want to lose all this experience as well. Come on, guys. There goes Bill again. We hopefully can get Cal or Dan back up so they've got more chances of running. There's Cal. There we go. All right. We made it out. In trip time. Should have brought a thief. It's not a terrible idea. It's a bad idea, but not a terrible idea. One thing I do like about this version is that it remembers where you went into town, unlike the later versions where it always positions you at the same spot. So this is the NES style behavior for it. We can take Spider. Alright, there's a level up. Okay, it's level 4 on everybody. I'd like to be level 6 before going into Marsh Cave for the traditional Thundara. I don't need level 6 nearly as much as I do on NES, but the trade-off is that I'm not going to have encounter manipulation. So it'll be a tougher way down to the wizards. Oh yeah, there's some good damage. Only we could get the Groger Double Ogre. That would be the big ogre bucks. You know what, level 5 is probably okay. We get level 5, then I'll give Marsh Cave a try. Pretty sure back in the day I would have gone for Peninsula Power here, especially telling by the time on the splits. Hour and 42 minutes to Astos. There was a long and arduous journey before we even did Marsh Cave in those days. Hey, Zets boys, welcome in. And yeah, this version does have regen. It's the original coding of regen, which is 2 points, exactly the same as poison, but in reverse, which was what NES was supposed to do. And then they realized 2 points of regen is nothing. So poison and regeneration turned into 5% in the later versions. All right, I'll take tarantulas. They're not terrible for experience. This is a group of arachnids here. You prefer to get ogres because they're by far the best thing to fight. You can at least get some decent battles out of these things. They're not super dangerous, and you've got plenty of pure potions to work with. There's another ogre. At this point, a single ogre with a level 5 silver sword shouldn't require a temper. $286 to go. All right, that is quite a few ogres. This will be 2 of them, though. This should be 98 experience, so now we'll be looking at 198 left. Significant differences. This is closest to the PlayStation 1 version, so totally ignore GBA. That's so far in the future that they had not considered many of the design things for GBA at this time. But compared to PlayStation 1, you don't have a memo save that persists. It's a one-time use only. So you get, as a result, a much more difficult run through a lot of sections. Like, you cannot easily get around bad encounters like you can in PlayStation 1. You know, maybe this is 5% poison and regen after all. I thought it was still 2 damage in both directions, but I guess they didn't do any remake versions with that mechanic. They went straight to the percentage-based one. better to the Groger zone near Astos. It's only one square, so you got a 50% chance of being in the right zone when it happens. Oops, another one. I want to go Y-pad right. Okay, 48, we're getting pretty close. We are one ogre away. Or 4 arachnids, that also works. Yeah, from a speedrunning perspective, it's a very different game. That's why I kind of compared it to being most akin to the PlayStation 1 no memo save challenge run that I did. That one I expect to be roughly analogous to what you experience here. Alright, level 5. I think that's worth trying, Marsh Cave. Even though we don't have Lit 2 or Thundara yet, we gonna go ahead and temper the wizards instead. Also, hopefully nobody dies, so I don't have to take a trip back to town before Astos. Alright, 32 minutes to be done for this section. I think I could maybe do Marsh Cave at 4. If this goes well, then I will explore doing that in a future run. Like, this is more experimental than anything else in terms of what do I just need to be able to finish the game. I feel like the PlayStation memo save is a nice compromise for not having encounter manipulation. It's definitely, like, technically less involved as a speedrun route to just rely on brute force rather than on, you know, very crafty manipulations. But in terms of, like, how difficult it is to get through sections, having that memo save is what really saves you from having to do a lot of leveling. Not gonna take creeps. Surprised I didn't see a single creep battle during that whole time against the ogres. Ogre creep is actually more common than plain ogres. Did the WonderSwan color do that well in Japan? Not really. As a result, most games are fairly expensive compared to other platforms just because there's not a lot of copies. Even though it's got a relatively low interest in collecting, there's just very, very few copies around. I think actually the bigger problem is the systems, because there is a very small number that have, like, still very good quality screens. A lot of WonderSwans that you find are going to be scratched up, and they're already hard to see. So looking at them through scratches is particularly tough. Where's the D-pad? The D-pads are the two things on the left. There's an X D-pad and a Y D-pad. So if you're holding it horizontal, X D-pad is on the top, Y D-pad is on the bottom. You got the screen in the middle, and then start A and B on your right hand. No bones alone. Actually, bones alone are great, because that means it probably was a crawl battle where the crawls decided not to show up. This bat. Cave music is really good, by the way. I'm digging the tune. Actually, let's go kill a scum here. They're not scum, a muck. I don't need the iron armor because we already bought it back in Elfland, but that's $400 when I sell it. Do I go for the fighter in the front? I think I go for Dan in the front, to be honest. No, let's leave the fighter in the front. A 2-temper fight with a silver sword. Fighter can take a couple of hits. This predates blocking, so you don't have a better option besides having the red mages in the back attack. Alright, just keep Ace's health up. There's some really sad cures. There we go. Alright. Wizard's down. Those are Pisco demons in this version. This is the version that doesn't care about Dungeons and Dragons copyrights. Well, it cares a little bit because it doesn't have the beholder. But they could say Pisco demon and not have any concerns. And later on, the English version followed suit. And yes, we may see mind flayers later, although I hope we don't. They're pretty awful. Oh, just start first. Yeah. It's focusing on that crawl, and it's like, well, don't need to worry about that if we got a first strike. Come on, guys, don't get boned. How many carrots do I have left? None. We're into potions. I definitely don't remember this from the last time I played, but evidently you can move the menu cursor while the potion animation is going. Same thing with antidotes. Like, you can probably mash those really fast, which is one thing I hate about the PlayStation 1 version. It's got the slowest item usage ever. Uh-oh. More ghasts. We already know this is a bad encounter. And still no Phyras. I should have gone right-hand side. This version, I don't know if it implements the tile-based encounter rates like PlayStation Portable does. I don't think it does. So right-hand side would have kept me in a better zone for longer. Go fast in dungeons. Yeah, the dash works anywhere. It's only, well, dash does not work on the overworld. That's the That's the place where it's still really slow feeling. Alright, who's getting rubbed? We need to not be ace. Resist ace, 40%. That's right. Quit laughing. Resist ace. Got him. Alright. Astro should be pretty easy now. Is that a beard or a tongue? It looks like a tongue. Boom. Only saved an hour. We'll have to work on that for the future. Now in exchange, I'm actually much lower level than I would have been in the old route. So it's not actually an hour ahead. Hey, Dragonfire. WonderSwan version not particularly common. So I'm not surprised that you have not seen it anywhere else. I mean, you haven't really seen it on my channel either, unless you were a very, very early watcher. Hey, TM Sailor, welcome in. How majestic are the Agamas in this version? I would give them maybe like a 7 out of 10. Amazing is true regardless of what their rating is. This is like on top of them already being their amazing selves. Also, one nice thing about WonderSwan, you don't really have to worry about red mage HP growth. This is not GBA where your red mages are always terrible. The red mages are actually pretty decent. What is the MSX version? If I ever get Final Fantasy for the MSX, and if I got Final Fantasy, I would just buy an MSX, because it's probably 1/10 the cost of the game itself. Then I will definitely play it on stream. Gonna get the PlayStation 1 version sometime soon. It's definitely one that's pretty good. It's also the easiest to obtain at this point, because you can get the PSN version of Final Fantasy will give you the PlayStation 1 version. There's actually no way to get the PSP version easily. That goofy witch. Considering stealing all of her stuff for wasting my time like this. But we'll resist. We'll hold back on these urges. Alright, so we've got our awakening potion here. Let's go grab 2 more ogres, why not? They're in the way. Slower to go around them than to through them. You can buy the PSP discs, but then you have to get a PSP to go with it. And very few people actually have PSPs these days. They were somewhat rapidly discarded. I should probably have done a Thundar there just to be safe. I've got all these spell charges that I'm not doing anything with. Alright, Elf. Give me your key. The Vita or PSTV cannot play the PSP version of Final Fantasy because it's not for sale. And there's no way to use the discs on anything besides a PSP. For that matter, PSP Goes cannot play it. You have to have the 1000, 2000, or 3000 models. That sounds so weird. Alright, do we want anything else here at Elfland? I think we can wait until we do the rest of our item collection. We're gonna go ahead, blow up a dwarf cave, and then we're gonna do a mummy grind to get the levels that we need to be relatively good for vampire and lich. I'm thinking about doing the strategy with A-Fire? Or not A-Fire, A-Ice. Makes the lich a lot friendlier. Like, probably actually don't even need that if my red mages get a couple more levels. Okay, this is old mode, so we're gonna get iron armor, we'll get the TNT. We don't need the iron shield. And the later remakes, they replaced some of these with a house and a cabin, which are decent pickups, but here you don't need those. I keep trying to dash on the overworld, and why isn't it working? Because you cannot overworld dash ever in this game. They're very cruel that way. Final Fantasy Overworld's a big place, and you walk really slowly. I do, though, greatly appreciate the dungeon and town dashes. The wolf ambushes. Hey, Scav, welcome in. Hanging out with some wolves here. I guess I could keep using the Thundaras and Fires. I only got one cast right now. But I will take out the plain wolves. The very plainest of wolves. Okay, this is where you're gonna have to worry about moving. Down and around. Let's drop off some TNT. Now the question is, how old is this dynamite, and will there be some kind of mining accident as a result of this little experiment? We're about to find out. Oh no, what a mining accident. The entire Dwarven Cave flooded. Thousands dead. Which fortunately lets us get the treasures. Because otherwise they would have had a lot of guards. It's just weird with missing the splash sound effect. It's like the graphics are the same, but the sound is totally different for like all of the, not just the music, but the cutscenes as well. It's like I'm waiting for the splash sound. It just doesn't happen. Wiggle our way through. All right, let's go ahead and next up, do some mummy grinding. Mummy grinding's going to make up for my lack of peninsula power time, but we will probably do a couple loops on these guys to make sure that we can get through Earth Cave without too much devastating undead terror. Remember, these tarantula fights were actually pretty good back when we first needed experience. I give them not enough credit because ogres are better, but at the same time, when you're looking for XP overall, tarantulas are actually a pretty good value monster. Screen has to go on this side. No, it goes all the way down. You know what? My house count should be enough for doing this. And I can always get more houses once we come back. Or I can get more haste spells, which will also be pretty good. Okay, so we're level 6 right now. Fire 2s are going to do a pretty good number on the mummies. I've got a big stack of potions to make sure that we don't run out of health, in addition to my cure 1s. And then I'll restock on potions, antidotes, and maybe houses, depending on how things are going when we come back. We should have 2 silver swords, a dragon sword from Dwarf Cave, and also the mithril knife that we picked up. Need to remember that in case I need to sell anything else off. We do have a hammer from Elf Castle, which is $12.50. That's probably the most valuable piece of gear that's just floating around right now. Hey, Sirian, welcome in. All right, let's go ahead and drop down our safety cottage, and we will head on into Northwest Castle here. Let me make sure I accurately save this time. There we go. So this will do 2 things. We get the power staff, which is worth a ridiculous amount of gold, considering it does absolutely nothing. And it's also our most convenient spot to get early game XP right here. There's our power staff and our saber. Let's go and get some mummy action. Right now we've got only 3 fire 2s, but that'll hopefully increase rapidly. I might actually want to not do fire 2s early on for pairs of mummies, just to try to stretch these out a little bit until we can get an additional charge. Cal taking a nap. It's okay, he's been pretty tired lately. There we go. 4 of them striking first is not ideal. Let's see what we can make out of this. Alright, Bill, lead the charge. Get that fire 2 off. Oh man, Dan's down. Getting really low on HP there. Go for it, Chimelius. If you've got the motivation to work on the first ever WonderSwan screen capture, I highly support that activity. Used your fire 2. And that was our last one. So Cal's got my last fire 2 here in the first round, and ideally we get C level 7 so that I get a second charge of everything. Oh man, Cal taking a nap. Less than perfect timing for that. Really need Cal to get up. There he goes. Oh, Cal's back down. Did WonderSwan get Rockman and Forte? Yes, it's actually a different one than the Super Nintendo one, so it's like new levels. I think it actually looks decent. Like, there's a lot of WonderSwan games that did very well for the limitations of the system. What is the world record? It's on my channel page. It's been so many years since I've run it that I actually don't remember. But this is not something I take super seriously, because there's no way to capture a real WonderSwan. So I more have fun with it, and hope that one day WonderSwans will be a thing we can get good times on. Okay, still level 6 there. Let's go in for a second round of mummies. We'll still only have 1 charge of fire 2, but as soon as we get 7, it'll give me an additional charge for everybody to work with. Let's do left-hand side. Right-hand side was not treating me well. There we go. 7 obtained. If only we could last like 1 more mummy battle. Now, ideally, we'd be looking at around level 10 for Earth Cave. I think level 9 would be okay. You have a good opportunity to get some experience while you're going down for the vampire trip. So for like level 9.5, we're fine. On the NES, you can target a little bit lower than that. You're actually going in at level 8 for the first trip down, and then you're level 9 by the time that you go in for the Lich trip, which is just enough to get another charge of Fire 2. That's where your third one is. Oh, the new user prompt. That's something that is not rolled out on all channels yet. It should be eventually available for everybody. Just something that you can decide to advertise that this is your first time watching. And I think it gets a good reception. Like, most people generally get a little bit of a welcome when they do their initial post like that. So if you're new to a community, then it seems to help kind of break the ice a bit. What was the hour save? So the old route did Peninsula of Power, so it was totally different in terms of the setup for how it gets to the mid-game section here. So basically it gets like level 12 before even going to Marsh Cave. But once it does that, then it doesn't really have to stop for a while. And instead what I did was do Marsh Cave earlier, which helps because you get the experience from Astos and you get these mummies as a quicker way to get XP. And we'll still be underleveled by the time we do Earth Cave, and the spot where I catch up is going to be on the Agama fight. You can also do the Eye fight, but I don't like that as much in these earlier remakes until you've got GBA. That's the first one where the Eye fight's really good. Okay, level 8. You can see how much faster this is going now that I've got some additional Fire 2s to work with. Oops. Speaking of additional Fire 2s, did not cast his. Memory Cursor works within battles in this version, but not between battles. That's something that actually changes in GBA and later, where it actually remembers what your Memory Cursor is between fights, which is really convenient for these times when you're going after a single formation repeatedly, which you can do whenever you got trap tiles. See how close this gets us to level 9. This will be 7 mummy battles since our level, which depends a lot on how many mummies we get per encounter. There's going to be 2 to 5 mummies every time we do this fight, and we're looking for a lot of 5 packs like this. But it'll be equal odds of whether it's 2, 3, or 4, so, or 2, 3, 4, or 5, so each is a 25% chance. I've got 5 mummy encounters, including this one, to go. Yeah, having retargeting changes your mindset quite a lot. It's definitely one of those things where you can very dramatically have a new way of playing the game, because it basically lets you be more aggressive about doing AoEs and not have to plan out each individual attack. And I do like it in NES that it does require a lot of thought. You know, you have to say, okay, what are the odds that this monster survives? Do I put backup on it? Do I split the party? It becomes a lot more tactical as a result for how you go through each battle. But then there are times where it's like, you know what? The 9 pirates in Provoca, I just want to move on to the next one when the first one's dead. It's like there's not really a deep amount of thought that goes into it. So you can have things like backup covering to avoid having the fight go 1 round longer because somebody got an unfortunate miss or things like that. Oh man, there's another 5-pack. We got really good with this last mummy cycle, so we could hit level 9 here. There we go, last try. 3 to go. See if this is enough. Nope. All right. We'll do another mummy cycle. If I'm going to use a house, I might as well go all 6 battles for it, because otherwise it's a pretty expensive investment that you're wasting. This will just mean the less things I need to worry about fighting in Earth Cave while walking around to the vampire. 2 striking first. What a tease. Again, for those that missed it, level 9 is a nice target here because this is where you get your 3rd spell charge of Fire 2 with these red mages. And Fire 2 is really good in Earth Cave. There's lots and lots of undead monsters there that have a weakness to fire. So being able to bust that out whenever you got a Spectre Geist fight, or you're fighting Lich, or what have you for the encounters is a pretty important tool in your arsenal. Hey Drosy, which version is this? This is the WonderSwan color version, which was the very first remake version after the initial generation. So this predated the PlayStation 1 version by a bit. We do barely have 161 or higher on everybody, so I want to say this version you will be safe against Lich with this configuration. Ice 2 should only do 160. MSX is built off of the original engine, so it does not have any of the updated features that the later versions do. Basically, the big dividing line is NES, Famicom, and MSX were developed by Nasir, and for all of the remakes, WonderSwan and later, it was actually a different development team that started from a fresh code base, so they didn't use Nasir's code. They took all the design documents, and that's why the bugs are all gone, because they actually didn't share any code between the releases. You're all done. We got one more Fire 2 after this. Almost done with the mummies. Hey, Super Player Star, welcome in. Everybody get a little mummy massage there. It sounds... I actually like the sound of these mummies better than in the later remakes where it sounds like they've got like a power nailer or something. Just like type of sound for their attacks. Hey, Maelstrom, welcome in. Hey, Seymour. Dan is the bottom, like usual. It's Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan in order. Going out for a little bit of a stroll here. Walking back to town. We're going to get to go through Earth Cave here in just a second. I guess it's worth still killing the ogres that are in our way, even though at this point ogre experience is not particularly valuable. It's a little bit slower to run away in this version than it is in the other remakes, because this one doesn't have the LNR quick runs. How did this happen? This is emulator. I've got my big emulator logo over the system to make sure that it's clearly displayed. You can emulate WonderSwan somewhat badly. There have not been any updates to the emulators in more than 10 years. This one I'm using called OSwan was last updated in 2007, and it's probably the most modern emulator for the platform. I'm gonna go ahead. I could do this at any shop, couldn't I? Alright, so we're going to sell the iron armor, sell the chainmail, get rid of the mithril hammer, get rid of the rapiers. Do we need a glove? Get rid of the power staff, the helmet. I think we might not have done another optimize after the last one, because that glove probably is better than what Ace has on right now. And the Falcon's also probably better than what Cal has. That's enough antidotes for a while. I'll need a couple of cottages here, but not a ton. 5 gold needles. Let's get some backups. 8 gold needles should be more than plenty. And 8 tents. They're relatively cheap, so let's get another stack. That lets me still get haste for everybody. I can get ice 2 for everybody. That's Blizzara here. I should have level 10, which means I can go for the Null Frost. Actually, no, it's not bothering. We're gonna live dangerously for Lich. No Null Frost for us. Sounds better than the GBA. I don't think the GBA sounds that bad. It's got its challenges. The GBA definitely has some compromises for the hardware. But I would probably take the GBA soundtrack over the WonderSwan soundtrack. The WonderSwan's less harsh, but the music itself is not as good for the songs. Hey, Zerblade is, welcome in. You're just in time for our triumphant sail to Melmond, where we will studiously avoid going into the town of Melmond. Because nobody wants to go to Melmond. Let's be honest, it's terrible. Thinking of learning GBA. That's a really good version to pick up. It's got some solid speedrun stuff to learn, but at the same time, there's a great deal of safeties. You can save anywhere. Without too much trouble, you can get some extra levels to make it a little bit friendlier. And you've got items like Phoenix Downs that are available early on in the game. So it takes a lot of the challenge out of the painful learning curve that some versions of Final Fantasy can have. Did WonderSwan ever get a US release? No. It was very limited even in the Japanese market back when it came out. Keep mixing up my item and magic shortcut keys. So the Y D-pad, which is the second D-pad at the bottom, has the shortcuts to different menu screens in the game. And this is like the only version that has it, because nobody else has got 2 D-pads besides the WonderSwan. Bulls are worth a fight. Ogres are not at this point. There's only a handful of things that we actually want to battle on the way down. Do I want to get the Coral Sword? I don't have Silver Swords for everybody, so Coral Sword will let Dan upgrade to a weapon. It's a pretty minor thing to have that 4th character be better equipped. Like the Silver Sword will actually be okay for a lot of monsters, but once you start getting into fights that have high physical defense, you'll definitely notice the Silver Knife being way less effective. We're having burgers tonight. Not even Agamo burgers, we're having good old-fashioned beef pork hybrids. The pig nose doesn't come across nearly as well in this version as it does on the others. I've always felt the bulls looked like big giant cows that had like pig faces, so it's like that, you know, it's delicious meat. Hey, Visk. Red Mage's consistently doing better. I think he's getting luckier, but they do have the same weapon. So except for the levels where the fighter is getting more attacks per round thanks to his better base accuracy, you can actually have the Red Mage be pretty decent with the silver swords. There's the coral sword for Dan. On to Vampire. Maybe we'll get the 3,400 gold treasure chest. I think we're doing pretty good for money. Because I did the 5 completions of the 15 puzzle. I started out with 50,000 cash. Which meant that I didn't have to do grinding for money really at any point. And the mummies are fairly good for loot in terms of rewards. Both experience and gold is nice on a lot of undead. Okay, Zetsu, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. See how easily we can run from images. Not easily. Alright. I've got plenty of fire 2s here, so not really worried about running out of these things. Well, I've got 9, which should be enough for any imaginable problems. Hey, Hyrule. Like in the cave theme, there's a couple of good music tracks in here. They're different, definitely, than the other remakes. I am glad we did not get ambushed by this group. Here's the Spectre Geist encounter. They are pretty dangerous when they get going. Like this! Alright. Come on, guys, resist. Resist the urge to tie your shoes. Final Fantasy 1 in a Game Boy Color is very much like a good description of the WonderSwan color. Time for a vampire. One vampire slaying later. This is before they buffed vampire. So you can actually kill him with a single fire too. If you get a good roll. Or 2 fire 2s if you don't get a good roll. Would have been 3 fire 2s if you got a really, really crummy roll. That would have just barely missed if you'd rolled an absolute minimum on Dan's fire 2 there. And we get level 10, which should be good for Lich. Again, I think we get the original formulas for damage on spells. So 161 should have been enough for Lich, but 185 to 195, I think, is almost certainly enough to survive the Blizzard at the start. And I'll be very sad if that's not true. My split button's in a different place than normal. Because I'm doing emulator, I have to reconfigure my desk here. So I was trying to find out where my split pedal was. -1 hour. It's because the old route used Peninsula of Power. So it would have been level 12 coming out of that before even going to Marsh Cave. So you would definitely gain a lot of time over doing that, but you're going to lose time in a couple of splits here because you have to get up to level 12. So like right now we're level 10, so we're still 2 levels back compared to what that had. Sure, we'll use the Thundara. WonderSwan randomizer bingo. I think if you gave an average person a WonderSwan, it would basically be like you randomized their lives. The WonderSwan close enough to a Game Boy type system that you could probably figure some things out, and then mysterious about why it's got this extra D-pad. Does this redirect attacks? Yes. You can turn it off just like you can on PlayStation. The things that are on... There's 4 things, only 3 of which I know what they do. But the attack redirection's on. There is the ability to cast Life and Soft in battle, which normally those spells don't work. And then there's B button dash for faster travel in dungeons and towns. Now there is a 4th thing, which is like battle help, but I have no idea what it does because I've never seen anything helpful in battle pop up. So it's a mystery about what that feature is doing for me. Take a safety 10 just in case. Just in case we get some undead. Like these guys. I can reload my game. These guys are annoying, but they're not as bad as the ones that paralyze. How's the challenge in this game compared to the PS1 version? It's definitely harder. It's like the PS1 version, except you have no memo save. So you are only saving in the overworld like you would in the NES version. Which means dungeons are much scarier. And it kind of feels like the experience requirements are higher. I know on easy mode PlayStation you get lower experience requirements for level ups. But I thought that PlayStation 1 normal had the same requirements for the base levels, but it somehow feels slower for level ups here. I might just be used to playing on easy because I was doing that for the mini marathon. Like, as far as I remember from the mechanics, it shouldn't be different. Bill and Cal still have a Fire 2 left. I'm trying to avoid using my house here unless I have to. I want all 9 of those Fire 2 charges for Lich. Or as many as I can get. I could also kill Lich with Temper. For some reason, the item jingle sounds more like Super Mario Brothers to me than Final Fantasy. It's just like a totally different jingle for when you get items. Pretty much all the remakes let you run very fast in the individual maps. None let you dash on the overworld, which is unfortunate. But this is the same speed as you've got on GBA or PlayStation Portable. See you later. What kind of sound hardware does the WonderSwan have? That is a mystery to me about a lot of its capabilities. Like, you don't even have a way to get a headphone jack on a WonderSwan. There's a special adapter for headphones that now cost like 120 bucks because they didn't make very many of them. So most WonderSwans are just the system speaker. Epic Name Bro with the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Today we're doing Final Fantasy for the WonderSwan, which is a super rare version of the game. And so I decided to dust this off and show it to everybody. The WonderSwan was a console, Japanese exclusive, didn't get a lot of market traction, but this was during the time where Square was not getting along with Nintendo very well. And so they said, we're going to take this super experimental console and we're going to port all of our best games to it. And then it flopped. But continue to welcome in to the Epic Name Bro Raiders. I hope you guys had a good stream before this. Were you doing some Dark Souls, or has Monster Hunter consumed everybody with the future of Monster and Hunting? I was watching a lot of Monster Hunting streams the last 2 days. It's an incredibly fun game. But the reason I do not do Monster Hunter is because I tried it for Monster Hunter 3 and immediately knew that it would be way too addicting. It would kill all speedrunning for the next 2 years. Dark Souls Bandit, nice. So continuing the classy Dark Souls then. Good job for 215. That sounds like a really solid time. Empty Estes, thank you much for the sub there. Hope you enjoy the show. No, Bill. Alright, we're definitely burning a fire too. No, we're stun locked. Is Final Fantasy 1 a good start for new Final Fantasy players? There's certain remakes which are very solid for Final Fantasy 1. I usually recommend GBA or PlayStation 1 for people that like the classic style, or PSP if you've got an interest in having a little bit more of the polished artwork and music that more modern RPGs have. Which Dark Souls is this? This is the really hard one where you get beaten up by undead monsters. Alright, Cal's back up after the stun. It's a 25% chance of breaking out a stun here. And with 5 of these guys going at us, we got, unfortunately, stun locked right there. Yeah, this is the Final Fantasy 1 Remaster Beta. Actually, the WonderSwan, this was like the very first of the remakes in the overall chronology. So all of the later ones, PlayStation, GBA, PlayStation Portable, it's all based off of this WonderSwan port, where they took the original Final Fantasy, went through basically the design documents because they couldn't use Nasir Gabelli's code. He was the main programmer for the NES version and for the Famicom. But it was just too hard to go and make that work for any other system. So as a result, a really nice side effect happened, which was that all the bugs in the NES version, it's kind of legendary for how many things that are broken or not working fully correctly the NES version had. But all the remakes, they basically had everything fixed because it was designed from scratch. So you get to see what Final Fantasy might have looked like if the quality assurance team had more time to work on it. Alright, there's some good bats. Ah, these good demons. 3 wizards is not too bad. I'm going to save my 3rd tier spell charges because I want to have as many fire 2s as I can for Lich. Otherwise, I would normally use Lit 2 on these guys. Talk a bit about the party. So, it is a different party makeup than you have on the NES. The NES does not really have a lot of buff spells that work. Most of the ones are just not functional. So you actually have to have multiple attackers and split up your damage between 2 fighters. But in the remakes where the buff spells work, I don't even need these items down there, you can actually put everything on one character and make him super powerful. So what I'm going to do is use my one fighter with lots of buffs to deal the most damage I can to the bosses. Lich is a little bit in between. He's the very first of the 4 fiends, and he's a bit before you have access to all the buff spells. But definitely once you get to Carry and Kraken and the later fiends, you're going to see a strategy where my lead fighter just gets ridiculously stacked buffs until he's doing hundreds or thousands of damage per turn. And this is an era when, 999 was your max for HP. So if you're doing 4-digit damage, you got something good. Hey, Taryn the Bull, welcome in. Welcome on to Foz 009. Hopefully I've got enough Fire 2s left for Lich here. Started out with 9 at the beginning, and I had to burn a couple of them for undead fights. Okay, pushing up. Want max HP. This is a little bit of a challenging version as well because you have no safety saves. All the later remakes let you have these memo saves or quick saves, which you can save anywhere you want. But this was the last version that didn't have that. Okay, there's the Ice 2. Good. Alright, nobody's dead. Davis Wrath and Matrix Kid, welcome in. The new thing here is, I think on most partner streams now, they're rolling it out gradually to Twitch, but basically they want to have an icebreaker so that people that have never been to a stream before have a way to get started chatting. So it's a new option that not all channels have yet, but someday they will have it universal. Hey, Sir Mog, welcome in. Okay, unfortunately Ace got put to sleep, taking a quick nap here. To make sure he doesn't die. The original NES version, he would guarantee wake up in the round afterwards. But it's 50% chance in the remakes. Hey, Smaggles, welcome in. See if Ace gets his attack off. We do have him hasted and quintuple tempered. Yeah, everybody's brushing their teeth. You have to have good dental hygiene when you're in dungeons. They are very filthy places. How's the run going so far? It's been pretty good. This is the first time I've done the WonderSwan version in a long time. So it's great coming back to it. And I'm using a route that I actually developed for the PlayStation. And my theory is that they're close enough that this should be faster. Now, the old route had a big early delay, and so I will be losing time against it in these splits. But you can see the big divergence all the way at the beginning for Astos, and then they start slowly converging over the next couple of splits here. You love it when they lose a channel? Yeah, the ones that had limited numbers of channels for sounds, they have to drop out a channel from the music to play the sound effects. And it's a really distinctive thing that you don't have in modern games anymore. You can very much like tell the era of when a game was programmed and what the limitations of the sound hardware were based on that. Hey, Shady Nerd. Got some WonderSwan Final Fantasy tonight. Hi, Spirits, welcome in. I'm assuming you're referring to my RPG Limit Break submission. I saw that you were very excited in the Discord that Virtual Highlight was submitted for Limit Break. What are the sub-badges? Those are from the various orbs that are in the NES version of Final Fantasy. They're not quite the same. I did draw them myself because I wanted to have like a nice fancy stand for them to sit on top of, as well as being a little bit bigger than the ones that are in the NES version of the game. But those were the inspiration. There's 5 orbs in total. 1 for each of the 4 fiends, and then 1 final one to go down to fight Chaos. You know, we're just gonna Thundar these guys. It's tough to run from Sahags, even pretty late in the game. They've got ridiculously high agilities. Hey, the management robot, welcome in. Excited for Virtual Highlight? That would be the first time anyone has ever been excited for Virtual Highlight. People that haven't seen it, it's one of the worst games that I have ever seen. For Sega Saturn, it's a remake of the original NES Highlight, which itself was notoriously bad, but they somehow managed to make it even much, much worse. Like, they turned it into 3D with just no frame rate at all. The Saturn was not a console that could do 3D, and I'm not sure what possessed them to try. Alright, Rizu, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Where's Dan? Dan is the 4th member of my party there, the bottom-most red mage. We've got Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan. Like, doesn't matter what language you play in. Our 4 heroes stay the same. Having seen Superman 64 very recently at AGDQ, I can definitely say that they share a lot of qualities. The difference is that Virtual Highlight, you can't shrink the screen down, so there's no way to increase the frame rate. It's just permanently bad. Okay, 2 more cottages should be enough. Actually, do I want the silver gear for the fighter? I could get him a little bit more defense here. So we're gonna get a silver shield, helmet, gloves. I can actually afford the bucklers, which is a better move in the remix than it was in the original, because you don't have to worry about running out of item slots. Buckler is only 2 defense for the red mages, but even a little bit helps. NES, you had instead of a shared party inventory, 4 weapon slots and 4 armor slots on each character, and so you're always juggling armor. So it's better just not have anything than to take the 2. Hey, Sailor 3, welcome in. Go ahead and drop our in trip down. PlayStation, I'd be a little bit more aggressive using my houses, but they cost 3,000 in the WonderSwan version, same as NES, and it's a little bit tougher to get money here. So I'm trying to do more ins. The house is a faster animation than that in is, but it's like maybe 10 seconds difference. So now we're going off to a very joyous place, Castle Ordeals, and you are not supposed to be here for an extremely long time. In the NES version, you rely on encounter manipulation to make this so that you can get the very small number of safe encounters. WonderSwan, it's going to be a little bit exciting to be able to complete this at these levels. We'll have to hope that we do not get sorcered. Try to avoid a lot of things like the gargoyles and man-cats that can wreck your day. Oh, in the remakes, those two monsters, Gargoyle and Man-Cat, should be a little bit less aggressive. It's the Sorcerer that is almost certainly the biggest problem. Thank you very much, High Spirits, for the good wishes as well. Hope you had a good day. I didn't see whether you were out driving in the morning or whether you got a chance to stream. Hey, calling up, welcome in. Is Sorcerer Death Touch through Ribbon ever fixed? Yes. In the remakes, it does work that instant death prevention will block Sorcerer instant death. But the problem is they also have Trance, which is all-party non-elemental paralysis. So even though you're at late game not going to get death touched as much, you still have to deal with the fact that you're going to get stun locked a bit. Oh, nice. More monster hunting. The disease is spreading. But we get Virtual Highlight streams soon. If Virtual Highlight gets into our healing break, we'll do streams of that. They'll be glorious. The remake, you have to talk to this guy. NES, you don't have to. All it does is check whether you got the crown when you touch the chair. I can tell this is the PlayStation mechanics because the edge of the teleporter works in addition to the main body of it. Something that they fixed in the remakes after the PlayStation version. Well, I promise to apologize when I stream it. No apologies for Virtual Highlight. You guys knew what you were getting into when you turned on your Twitch accounts. No backing out now. Oh, VR Highlight. I don't have a strong enough stomach for doing that. It is, it's a game which sometimes, especially in this one particular dungeon, will have less than 1 frame per second. And even in the best of cases, it's maybe up into like 10 or 12 frames. Okay, here we are on to the Sorcerer floor. Zombie D's, unexpected Zombie D's showing up. This is the boss, but he's got a 1 in 64 chance of just hanging out here elsewhere. Can you name the character Dan in Virtual Highlight? So there is technically a naming screen at the very end after you beat the game. So I guess you could do that. I think you can use English letters in the Virtual Highlight's high score screen. It's been a while since I thought about it. You know what? We got some ice 2s for these guys. Nightmares are weak to ice, and normally you don't have it when you come here in most other routes of the game. I got sleep. What was I doing? I was mashing too fast on my menus. Bought the wrong spell, Sleeper instead of Blizzara. That's embarrassing. Alright, new plan, run. Predicting a PB? You got the second half. Like, that's where most of the challenge is in this game. Especially when you go into Temple of Fiends Revisited, it's really, really tough to get through. Alright, now that we are committed to this, we get our tempers going. I mean, this is an Agama worth of experience, so not bad. Oh no, getting attached. This is the wrong time to do it. Ordeals, I would be shocked if we get through first try. It could happen. But there's so many things that can go wrong in this, especially with the sorcerers coming up. Slightly harder when I've got the wrong spell. It really just impacts this encounter here, because I'll be back at Elfland before going to Ice Cave. And then that way I'll have Blizzara for the eye fight, should I choose to use it. Alright, Cal, you're just gonna have to tough this out. I believe in you, Cal. Should have believed in Ace instead. He's the more useful member of the party. Dan taking a blow to the face, but still alive. Is the chest linked in all versions? Yes. Chest links don't change between different versions of the game. Great, a snorting there is perfect. That was a pretty rough fight. It's very difficult to run from nightmares, which is why I usually want to have Blizzara for them. But I wasn't even paying attention when I was doing that for the order of my spells. It's like, oops, there goes my spell charge. Okay, get the Ice Brand, the Reboot Gauntlets. That'll replace you. Get you guys updated. So the Ice Brand, there is a fairly hefty upgrade to my fighter's attack power. And the Ruby Armlet is a nice upgrade to my mage's defense. Hey Mark, welcome in. Okay, these guys are close enough to their NES version I can just go ahead and fire to them. Older Final Fantasy's legendary for difficulty. They're not necessarily difficult for most of them, but they have an expectation that you grind a lot. So for speedrunning, what usually happens is that you play through the game at ridiculously low levels, and that's what gives it the challenge of it. For casual play, I don't think it's nearly as hard, but you have a big time investment to be able to advance to the next dungeon. Did I find the tail? I should have found the tail. Now you're making me worried. Yeah, I got the rat tail. One rat tail right there. I usually do it before I do the Zombie D fight for the remakes. I don't do that on NES because I actually don't have enough steps to open up that box. There we go. Once again, looking for my foot pedal. Because I'm doing this on emulator, my entire desk is rearranged differently. So my foot pedal is about 6 inches to the left of where it normally is. I got it close, and then the cable was not long enough. Is it still tail in Japanese? It says mouse tail, or rat tail, depending on how you want to translate the word Nezumi. So it's basically the same thing. They actually have more space for giving you the full item names in the Japanese versions. Let's go ahead and do our sales first. Okay, don't want to sell my gauntlets. Can sell a falcon. We can sell the dragon sword. That's a pretty good time for it. Steel gloves, great helmet. Regular helmet, iron shield, mithril knife. Okay, that looks good. 6 houses should be enough for a while. We're going to restock on potions here. Looks like we're good on everything else. 8 gold needles should be enough as well. There we go. Blizzara. To remember, it's in slot 3 instead of my normal slot 2. So next up, we're going to do the Ice Cave. And normally you would be doing Ice Cave before Ordeals. But then again, you'd also normally be doing Gurgur Volcano before either of those. They kind of give you a recommended dungeon list to go through, but it's actually not a sequence break. It's open-ended for this stretch of the game, where there's 3 choices about where to go explore. What's the advantage of doing Ordeals before Ice Cave? So Ordeals has some nice items in it. The gauntlets let me cast unlimited numbers of lit 2s. The Ice Sword is a pretty good upgrade, and it's better than the items that you're going to find in the Ice Cave for attacks. And the Ruby Armlet's also better than the mages are going to get for defense. So a fairly short dungeon gives you some pretty nice items. Especially when you've got a limited number of spell slots, having more lit 2s is pretty powerful, because otherwise you have a harder time taking down a lot of the larger packs in here. AoEs are extremely short supply for the original Final Fantasy, at least until you get to the remake versions later on that had NP instead of spell slots. Sort. I want to take a little bit less time accessing items. And there's my tents. Alright, Ice Cave is another area which is going to be really, really brutal. Pretty much any fight could wipe the party. Especially as we get down to some of the lower floors. Oh, that's a lot of wizards. We'll have you Gauntlet here. So, wizards are weak to lightning, which is a really great thing for these gauntlets we picked up in Ordeals. Ice Cave is hard regardless of your level, but especially when you're doing it probably 8 to 10 levels earlier than you would in a casual playthrough, it is extremely brutal. This is one of the hardest dungeons in the game for casual play because the monsters just really don't care about your feelings. Lots and lots of insta-death, stun locks, AoE attacks that come out of nowhere. You can get pretty quickly beaten up here. After this, though, the only super hard dungeon left is just the final dungeon, because it's so long. Nine stun locking monsters. Now, these only have 1 attack per round instead of the 3 attacks the ones back at Earth Cave had. So our odds of getting stun locked are lower. But as you can see, with 9 of them attacking first, very good that they will take down at least 1 or 2 people here. That's actually pretty lucky to only have 1. This is a great time to start using some Fire 2s. Saving as many Fire 2s as I can for Undead, since it's their weakness. There's the Mind Flayers. So these guys are super bad news. This is all party paralysis, so you definitely don't want to see that. Lost 2 people there to paralysis. 3 down. Oh boy. Gonna have to hope that Bill runs. Bill's dead. And that's the other thing they have, instant death. I'm actually gonna reset and start the dungeon over rather than try to bail that one out. That is the worst encounter we can get in this place. There's a lot more that are pretty bad, but that is definitely the worst. Even later on, those things are extremely dangerous. And we could have also seen them back at Ordeals. We were lucky that we did not run across them anywhere on the 3rd floor. Beholders are owned by the Dungeons and Dragons people, and in fact there used to be a beholder in the game. The boss of this dungeon was a beholder, and so they took out his artwork for the later versions of the game to avoid getting sued. But things like mind flayers and similar types of beasties, they're actually from other sources than Dungeons and Dragons. Like they're drawing across Lovecraft and mythology. So Dungeons and Dragons didn't have the ability to sue for those, although I'm sure they tried. Does WonderSwan have Beholder? No. Even in the first generation, back for NES, it was gone. Famicom is the only version that has the true Beholder graphic. It's a really beautiful sprite, too. I was very sad that it never reappeared. I'm sure at this point they could probably afford a license. Alright, this is an unrunnable encounter, and these guys are pretty pesky. The Frost Wolves can do a large amount of damage to my whole party. So those are a priority for eliminating. This is another thing I want to save as many Fire 2s as I can for. Alright, too many Reaps. Thanks for hanging out. Because I've got regular potions, I don't worry too much about burning my Cure 1 spells, except in Temple of Fiends at the very end of the game. That's the only time where 99 potions is not enough. Go ahead and get the Flame Sword. We'll give that Bill here. Pass those Mithril Swords down to Dan. So another thing that makes this a very tough dungeon is you have to do 2 complete loops of it. There's no way to get travel magic until after class change, and there's no way to class change until you complete this dungeon. So they made it very aggravating. If you could warp or exit or have some other way of fast traveling, then you could actually cut the dungeon in half or more. Those flashes were just doing 1 damage each. They're not a big deal. I'm going to grab the bottom row here. Gives me about 20,000 gold. And get another 10,000 in the top row. I'm very tempted to get it, but this is a dangerous floor. We want to spend as little time on here as possible. Go for the runs. There we go. Sadly, we will be back later. Got to do the second loop as well. Oh, another ice giant fight. Again, unrunnable. This time he did not have any Frost Wolves with him. It's 0, 1, or 2 Frost Wolves. So 1/3 of the time, you don't have to worry about the Frost Breath attack. And as for what's unique in the WonderSwan version, the little FAQ at the bottom of the right-hand side kind of gives you the overview. It's a lot like PlayStation, except no memo save. And I feel like there's some other things that are making it slightly harder. But it could just be my imagination that the levels are requiring more experience. I think it's almost the same mechanics-wise, other than the memo save change. Nice, level 13. Those hit points do really help out in here. Grab the 10,000 gold at the bottom. I usually don't get that on NES because I don't have enough steps for it. But in the remakes, it's fair game for most of the easily accessible treasure chests. Gonna get the ice shield and have our eye fight here. So this guy is way tamer in the remakes because he does Lit 2 instead of insta-death spells. There we go. One eye down. Got our floater, which allows us to get the airship in just a bit. Assuming that we survive through the rest of this. Gonna be bold and try to get a couple of eyes here before going back down. If we get another level, it would help out for the trip to the bottom. Gaze is no big deal. That's actually better than him doing Thundara. Gaze are a physical attack, what we want to see from this guy. Usually, though, he likes to do the Lit too. Ifax. We might save up for the Agama Fax. There's still going to be an Agama grind. I can't realistically get all of my grinding done here. It's just not safe enough. And I don't have enough potions to make it through the entire leveling process that we would need. Gurga Volcano is the better spot for doing leveling. At least until you get to GBA. Does the eye have less HP in this version? No, it's the same as NES, which is about 162. What is the eye's name? It's Evil Eye. It's actually phonetically spelled out for English, so it's evil in the first 3 characters and then I in the last 2. Most things in the game are, if you can transliterate the sounds, are actually English words, because it's Dungeons and Dragons. All the source books were in English. So a lot of monster names and a lot of item names and spells, they're all English words. Get a level there. He's a little bit better than an Agama for experience, but again, super dangerous to do this. Alright, this will be my last one. Starting to run a bit low on potions. Beholder anywhere besides Famicom? No. That was its only place. Even the other remakes for the first generation, NES and MSX did not have it. Bill's only got one more fire too, including this one. So if he gets that spell off, that would actually be kind of bad for me. We want Dan to go instead. All right, Bill's out. He can still Zeus Gauntlet though. Does every iteration have a different route? Pretty much. Some of them do have some similarities, and if you know the base game, it does help quite a bit for routing. No, we got maged. So Fire 3 here is going to hurt a lot. Oh boy. One of the many things that sucks about this place. They've got Lit 3 and Rub. Like, this is a really awful encounter. Nice. Yeah, okay. So Ace got away, but he's by himself now, and that's not good. By the way, that's got a 90% chance of ambushing you, so good luck with that one. That's one of the many things in here that's just like, if you see it, you're gonna have a bad day. In the NES release, those guys, instead of starting off with Fire 3, start off with Rub, which is insta-death. It's only single target, though, so you actually probably have a better chance of surviving. Still, though, really, really unpleasant. Okay, one more to go. Just punch him in the face, Ace. You can do this. Now, the problem is we do not have resistance to stun, but we're okay. Whew. Alright. So that was very scary, but we made it through. And if it takes me a couple tries to get to the airship, that's fine. We've got our save right there. The things in this area, it's just going to be how long does it take to run from them. They shouldn't really be able to kill my fighter because he's pretty well armored against physical attacks. If it was only 5 Astoses, it'd be no problem. Those guys are worse than Astos, that's the thing. They just start off with so much damage or instant death that it's almost a reset when you see them. Ace might not make it through this. Nope. Alright. Try number 2. Is WonderSwan 30 FPS? I believe it's 75 FPS. It was a really funky screen. And like all of the handhelds, it's basically the screen technology that dictates what its refresh rate is. In color mode, it might cut that in half. So it might be like 37.5. Regardless of what it is, it's not 60. And so capture cards are not going to be very good with it. And for emulator, you know, it's always an exciting thing for what quality you're going to have for some of these. Okay, we got about a third of the way through. Once I get out of the canoe and into the boat, the monsters get much easier. And looks like we made it. Alright, down to our airship. Second try is not bad. I have to remember in PlayStation 1 and WonderSwan, they have this special key items menu. So you have to go switch to a different menu than normal, but it doesn't automatically do anything like it does in the later remakes. It's the funky little intermediate transition step between the original version and the more modern ones. Red mages are just helping. Dead bodies do this all the time. Known scientific fact, 9 out of 10 dead bodies will cheer spontaneously. Go ahead and get everybody revived here. The question is, do I want warp on everybody, or do we get some fire 3s? I kind of feel like warp is good because we will need it for the Mazmune to pick that up. Or I could skip the Mazmune and just go for Tempers. Does make Chaos slightly more dangerous, but it saves a lot of time on Tiamat's floor. Not just time, but also it's a dangerous floor, so you don't want to take as many encounters on it. How am I so far to have estimate? Yeah, this is a different route than the last time I did WonderSwan, but they're starting to converge together. So I am, like, probably a level behind still compared to what the other route would have at this point. But I think we've gotten a pretty good lead on it. Already got Cure 2, Haste, and Ice 2 now. I bought Ice 2, by the way, when I went back to Elfland there, so we got Ice 2 in addition to Sleep. Go ahead to Melmond here. We need to grab the spells from this place. Oh. You know what would really help? Class change, then Melmond. It's not going to sell me the spells I want until after we've gotten our conversation with Bahamut. There we go. Whose unnecessarily long hallways are only slightly made better by having dash speed. It's still super long. Can I delete spells? Yes. If I wanted to, I could delete those sleeps out of my spell list so I wouldn't accidentally cast them. Wow, that's a grating sound. I never knew class chains sounded like dropping glass off of a blackboard down some stairs. Is summoning in this? No, the summoning didn't start until Final Fantasy IV? I don't think 3 had any summoners in it. Grabbing the 20,000 Dragon Cash. This is another one that I don't normally do in NES. But it's a pretty good investment for the later remakes. 3 does have summoners. Alright. I'm corrected. Does anyone know whether 3 has summons? If you know, post now. Alright, went past Melmond. There it is. Alright, so we want to get Life 1. Cure 3. And I think we do want to get Warp for everybody. Fire 3 is kind of nice to have. But Teleport's got to be the priority for right now. Throw away those sleeps that we don't need. I am lucky to have you guys around, that is true. I think I flew down to the right destination down here. There we go. Gurgu Volcano. We've got our spell charges all set. Let's go ahead, do our save outside. So I'm not going to do all of my shopping here before carry. I could get Pro Rings, which gives me a little bit more defense, but not strictly required for making it through. We do have 99 potions, confirming. Why not get Exit instead? Exit's a 6th tier spell instead of 5th tier. So you actually don't end up with any 6th tier spell slots in the way that I normally go through the game. I might do a couple extra safety levels here, and maybe have the ability to cast it once. But I'm unlikely to even get that until I was in Temple of Fiends Revisited, which is too late for spell slots. It's an interesting flash. This is the damage flash. It uses the same color for both lava and ice. It's extremely intense. It's not as visually destructive as the NES flashing, but it's still pretty good. Okay, should be enough to get to the western side here. We're gonna grab our flame sword. Or, no, alright. We're gonna get the other ice sword. We don't need the flame shield. How does it look on a CRT? You wouldn't be playing this on a CRT, but you would still get a pretty good effect from just the regular screen that it has. Oops. We don't want you to have the gauntlets on. So now that I've class changed, the red wizards can wear those Zeus gauntlets I was using to cast Lit 2 as a regular piece of armor. And that means nobody besides that person could use the spell or ability. And unfortunately, the auto-equipper just really wants to put them on. Alright, looks good. So we're going to do our Agama grind here. So I am level 14, I think, right now. And I want to be probably 18 or so before going on. So we're going to get very, very comfortable and familiar with these Agamas. They're fairly close to the eye in terms of experience and in terms of time to kill. They're actually not quite as efficient, because the Agama gives you 2,472 experience instead of 3,225. But the nice thing about them is that there are 2 trials back-to-back which both have Agamas. And that means I will never get a random encounter in between these. And as a result, this place is used in a great deal of Final Fantasy speedruns to do power leveling. Hey, Sherazad, welcome in. The eye gives you more gold. The eye is 1 for 1 for gold, which means 1 gold point per 1 experience point. The problem with Agamas is you only get 1/2, so it's not quite as lucrative. But you don't need that much gold. I need to buy pearl rings and a bottle, which is about 130,000 in total when I get out of here. Ideally 1, maybe 2 gold bracelets. I usually end up doing just 1 though, and by the time I finish up the grind, I should have about 180,000 or so, which will be enough for that. I see a question up there. Did the WonderSwan color have a backlit screen? No. The WonderSwan color, while it was very innovative and a fairly nice looking screen for the time, is washed out really hard by the presence of sunlight or any light of any kind. It's a tough system to get good visuals of. On top of it not having any kind of capture setup to do direct recording. This is why you'll never really see anybody doing WonderSwan off of the original consoles. Which is a shame, because it's a really neat piece of hardware. How did Fire Lizard become Agama? For a lot of these, it's just fit. Although you could imagine they would do F Lizard, which does fit into the 8 characters that NES had, but for whatever reason, they went out and found a real animal called the agama. The agama is its scientific name. It's a red lizard that lives in Africa. Looks a lot like this guy, maybe does not have quite as big of a smile, but we are all really grateful that some enterprising intern or researcher got them this information that they should call their monster the agama. This version actually probably has the best looking agama in general. This one, PlayStation. When they went to PlayStation Portable, they redid all of the artwork for characters and monsters, and some of them have these really strange grimaces or unusual expressions. A couple of monsters, it turns out, worked really well with that. Like, I love the mad ponies, or crazy horses as they turned into, with really bright, bold, vibrant colors. But then some monsters just look goofy. Okay, we are a little bit less than halfway through our potions. Hope we don't run out early. I can kill characters off and make the grind go faster, because it'll concentrate the experience on my living party members a little bit more. I'm not really a big fan of that, though, for the WonderSwan version, because you've got no safeties in Temple of Fiends. So it's a lot harder to carry a level 14 or 15 spellcaster through the dungeon as a result. Time to relax. This is like my one time to have mental downtime during the run. Unfortunately, I can't, like, go get a drink or go to the bathroom or anything, but you at least have some time off of concentration, which is why we developed a game for Agama Facts, whereby our crack research staff, and by crack research staff, I mean a group of Agamas, came up with all kinds of interesting facts about Agamas that you may not be aware of. Such as, did you know, the Agama's favorite sport is tennis. I'm not sure how they play it. Maybe they hold the racket with their tail or something, but in any case, it's the #1 sport among Agamas. How does turn order work? The original version NES and Famicom is totally random, so it just puts the 9 monster slots, even if a monster isn't there, to put a slot for it into a list, and then the 4 player slots, and just shuffles them a preset number of times. And whatever order it comes out, that's the order of the turns. So there's no influence on stats or really anything for turn order. The remakes, they start using your agility and luck scores a bit, so you will notice some influences. A lot of times it will be overshadowed by the size of randomness that gets added to it, but if you're much faster than monsters, you'll see a definite trend of going earlier, or vice versa. If the monsters are much faster than you, they will very frequently go first. Hey, Jumpkins, did anybody pre-order a Warmech? I hope they didn't. I was very, very cagily not advertising to make sure that there were no Warmechs ordered for this one. With no way to quick save, Warmech is actually a really big danger. He's only 1 in 64, but you have a lot of encounters potentially on that floor up there. Looks like I can do one more round of heals, and then we have to go down to carry, whether or not we are comfortable with our levels. With haste and temper, carry herself was not going to be a problem, but it's a question of what experience level are going to be at for those fights for the rest of the game. The things that we get out of Agamas here is basically making the next 2 or 3 dungeons much, much faster and safer. A Warmech ambush. That's extra rude. You can run from Warmech, which is your best strategy if you ever run into him. Especially on NES. On the remakes, you might have a higher chance of actually killing Warmechs. Just because you can buff like a fighter up with some fast and tempers, as long as your fighter doesn't die early in the battle. You can pretty quickly start doing like 600-700 damage. Which, then it's just a race against the clock. If Warmech uses nuclear, you've got a problem. If he uses punches and he hits you for a lot of damage, you got a problem. But if he's nice with his punches, just spreads them around, then you can do it. Is he Warmech here? It's going to be Death Machine for all of the Japanese ones. And it's Death Machine for PlayStation 1 and GBA. But they went back to Warmech for PSP. Which is really nice. Like, it's like the one thing that they changed back. Everything else was keeping the updated ones, but they knew that Warmech was special. Yeah, pretty close to getting done with our grind here. It's going to be controlled mostly by how many potions I have available. Ooh, there's a lot of level up. I think that's 16? Yes, level 16 on everybody now. I'll do about a half grind here. I don't want to get everybody down to that same amount of HP, because I wouldn't be able to get back up to full, but I think if we get close to 17, we'll be in good shape. Favorite mini game in the Final Fantasy series? I mean, I've played a lot of 15 Puzzle on this. It's definitely the one I put the most hours into, because 15 Puzzle is actually used by a lot of speedruns. The original version, you only get 100 gold, so it's worthless, but almost all the other remakes really bump the prizes up. And it's different prizes depending on which version you play. So like PlayStation WonderSwan, it's 10,000 gold for winning, like a new first place. So you go for first places. In GBA and PSP, there's these item tables where you have a different winning pool of items for first place versus second versus third. So I actually want to get intentionally second places. It's kind of strange that you have to come up with strategies for intentionally slightly losing on 15 puzzle playthroughs. Hey Adam, welcome in. Just in time for the end of our Agama grind here. By the way, I hope that you've got lots of wonderful RPG Limit Break submissions that went in the last hour or two. There was already a pretty big pile of them. And I think this is a good sign that interest in Limit Break is continuing to grow very rapidly. How do you do 15 puzzle on PSP version? I think it's 22 times with the X and O buttons together. It was 55 in the original version, then they cut it down to make it easier to activate. And I think it went to 22 by the GBA and PSP era. 38 seconds to spare. Not cutting it close enough. Somebody needs to try harder next time. Okay, we'll do 2 more Agamas. Here's one. Hey, Lord Merham, welcome in. Alright, there's our Agamas. This level will have to do because I don't have any more potions to spare. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and potion up the remaining characters. Eight potions to spare, never mind. Plenty left. Well, there goes 2 potions. 3 potions, 4 potions, 5 potions. All right, 3 potions to spare. Definitely closer. And this is going to be the first boss where you see the main strategy that we're going to use for the rest of the game, which is lots of haste and tempers. Go ahead and get the haste on our fighter. At this point, we want to temper him up as much as he can. He will kill Carrie before we get all the buffs that we could. But later on, you'll need gigantic stacks of these things to be able to really dent a lot of the boss's gear. Okay, one more round should do it. There's good boss music, but because the sound keeps dropping out for the sound effects, it sounds really weird. There we go. All right, carry down. So what's going on with the sound is that these older systems have a limited number of sound channels, and the music uses all the channels. So when it has to play a special effect, it'll take some of the channels away from the music and use it for the effect instead. So it sounds like some of the instruments or parts of the song kind of drop out, and it's a really common thing for a lot of the 8-bit era, as well as the early handhelds. And around the time that you're talking about, like GBA and later, is when they had enough sound hardware that it was all pre-mixed. And so you don't have this problem anymore. Alright, so I've done Crescent Lake and Melmond already. Let's go... Before I go to Gaia, we're going to do the bottle. That's important. Saving just in case we get jumped by something nasty. This area does have some difficult encounters. Usually not too bad, though. Go and get our bottle. I actually don't have that much cash. I was expecting to have like 160, and we have 120. So I'll be able to get my pro rings, and that's about it. I might be able to get the gold bracelets for the mages at the end of the game. Oops, there's my bottle. Was not expecting Memory Cursor to be back on the old item, which was the floater. We don't need in quite yet. We're going to go fix up our inventory first. So, Mithril Sword can go. Coral Sword can go. Mithril Shield can go. We want to keep the gauntlets and everything else. So yeah, we can get 3 pro rings here. I guess Dan will be okay without one for a little bit. Well, actually... I do get to sell one more piece, but it's not going to be enough. I'm trying to think if there's a good way of getting that last pro ring for Dan, but I don't think there is until after Waterfall and Sea Shrine. Restock on potions. Everything else looks like we're good. The danger of not having a pro ring for Dan is relatively small. There is one battle area in Waterfall, which does have insta-death, but doesn't use it all that often, and Dan's in the last slot, so he's got a fairly low chance of being targeted. Lummy is actually a direct Dungeons and Dragons monster, so it's part of the mythology there that they used. Do the upper one. This is closer for the remakes, but doesn't have the same geometry in the original version. You know what, I've got enough houses I don't have to worry about burning one. It's like, should I jump into Onrak for an in trip? I can wait. Dungeons and Dragons was an extremely strong influence for the Final Fantasy team. It's not like a secret or anything. They totally said like this was the only role-playing game that they had as an example. So a lot of what you see is their experiences with kind of Dungeons and Dragons as viewed by the Japanese market and building a game around it, because none of them had built an RPG before. There weren't a lot of RPGs to copy from. Like there was Ultima and Wizardry, and there was an early bit of Dragon Quest. Like Dragon Quest 1 would have been out when they started. Dragon Quest 2 was out when they finished, but probably not early enough for them to really get influenced by. So you can see and feel the source material quite heavily. All right, come on, nightmares. We're gonna have to give you a beatdown if you keep getting in my way. Yeah, as much as we kind of complain that they didn't really innovate on like monsters and abilities, they innovated a whole bunch in terms of presentation. Like having the characters standing across a battlefield like this, as opposed to like a first-person view, was really different than the way most other games of the era portrayed things. Kind of the active notion of like walking around. That's also pretty different than what you saw in a lot of other ones. So I think what they did really well was take a lot of game mechanics that already existed and present them in a new way that was very engaging and something that you could only really do with a video game. If you just have pen and paper, if you had, simplistic 2D displays that limited what your options were for graphics, you couldn't really do this style of animation. And that's kind of like a lot of the breakthrough stuff that they have is just, this is a totally different way of presenting an RPG, and it was successful enough to really catch on. Well, at this point I don't need the fire too. Was hoping to get that used earlier. Almost. All right, so we got coming up our trap tile encounter in front of the door. In the remakes, you get a lot more birds and a lot less mummies, so it's no longer a good place to grind. So we're not going to stick around here most likely. So we're going to go right to Sea Shrine after picking up our cube. Should be good enough. All right, let's see what gets for trap tile. We have a lot of birds. A whole lot of birds. This is really common. The original version, they had a different order for placing the monsters for that battle. So you get mummies taking up most of the squares, and then birds would be shut out, and just the reverse in the remakes. Which causes some issues, because you don't want birds. Hello, robot. Like my ribbon, there we go. So we got a ribbon, a defender, and I got a mage staff, which I'm going to throw away. Or not throw away, we're going to sell it for cash. Okay, we're going to put the defender on. Yeah, we'll give ribbon to Bill. And then, yeah, we still don't want the gauntlets to be worn by anybody. And then telepo our way back home. So that was Waterfall. You need that item to get into the Air Castle, which is going to be the dungeon after this. But it's convenient to do it right there, and you get some nice items that do help out a little bit in Sea Shrine. Greg Peed making an appearance. I was thinking maybe we should stop and kill him, but we will kill these wyverns. This is an ag worth of experience, actually. Surprising amounts of experience in a lot of the encounters in the second half of the game in the overworld. It's one of the reasons why Peninsula Power is so good, is because you're getting those late game encounters early on, where the XP is actually like chunks of levels. Level 17, everybody, Sea Shrine. Let's do it. Spooky Ghost Mermaid taking a vacation. She's not quite as spooky here because they don't have transparency. All they've got is flashing really fast. But in GBA, she goes like semi-transparent. There's this eerie sound that plays as she floats away. And then she tells you to get into the bucket. It's like, I don't think that's a safe way to travel. I will go ahead and grab the Gersharks on the way down. So because I didn't quite get to 18 earlier, I'm feeling a bit behind on experience. I actually wouldn't get that much experience in the PlayStation version. But the difference again is that the PlayStation version lets me memo save, which makes Temple of Fiends much, much safer. So I have to get probably 2 extra levels to be relatively secure with the resources that we have going down. Or we'll just have a really fun time in Temple of Fiends. One of the two is going to happen. Probably both. Alright, Mark, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and yeah, thanks again for everybody that was coming over from Epic Name Bros stream. You're a bunch of really cool people, and I knew that because Epic Name Bro is always a cool guy. Ghosts unrunnable, so we have to go ahead and take these guys down with some fire spells. If we have Fire 3, it goes much smoother for the encounter. That's the trade-off where I can't get Warp for everybody if I want to get Fire 3. Don't worry, they've been on pretty good behavior for the majority of the night here. See how much damage the ghost did. They've got really strong punches, but luckily they don't have a lot of HP in return. So they're kind of glass cannons. Ooh, this is a good fight. We'll take out Deep Eye first. He's not really dangerous, but he does have a possibility of doing paralysis. More ghosts. Now, I don't need the opal armor because we only have one fighter. I can wait until I get the dragon mail in Mirage Tower. It is scary because, as a result, my fighter's got a lot less defense than normal, or compared to the NES version, but we do have life spells in case things go horribly wrong. Very nice, Bobo. Glad you're enjoying the show. Okay, should have a couple of cures left. Yep, 2 more to go. Now we'll start dipping in the potions. I don't need a ton of potions for this dungeon, because I'm not going to spend a long time grinding or anything like that. All these ghosts! This is the worst because it's 5 of them. It's an unrunnable encounter though, so you'll never get ambushed, which is at least a slight positive. But the unrunnable means that you do have to stick them out and take a couple of hits here at the start. Ace is fine. He's seen worse. He was in the ice cave. Everybody's seen worse. Alright, up to mermaids. So mermaid floor has no encounters. This is what the mermaid outside was telling us to go and visit them. So basically free stuff you can pick up. We got an armor upgrade for our mages right there. Some armor pieces for our fighter, and then the slab, which is required as the other item to get into the Final Fiends dungeon. Hey, Museum, welcome in. We'll use 1 teleport on each of you. That way you both still have life charges left. Okay, optimize everybody here. Quit putting those gauntlets on. There we go. Yep. All right, that's all correct. Time to go down to Kraken next. So we don't have a ton of resources, so I have to be a little bit careful with my Thundara charges, but we should have enough to get through this section. Especially with the gauntlets helping out. Actually, because of the encounters, I got a lot of ghosts on the way up. I should go house up before doing the bottom half. It's not too much of a detour, you just do 1 more warp. The big thing is I have to watch the bucket scene a second time. Ooh, nice, starting to get level 18 as well. Alright, Wasted Arrow, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. You're missing out on the best inn of the entire game. Nice, spacious, cozy. Doesn't have a whole bunch of cobwebs in the corner like Melmont. Doesn't serve you poison in your breakfast like Melmont. Isn't on fire like Melmont. Melmont's just terrible. Alright, inn's over. I would love to sleep at the on-rack inn. That is definitely my resting spot of choice. Hey, Ethrin, welcome in. Again, this was the trade-off. To have my spell charges recovered, I have to watch this cutscene again, which it's not that long. It just felt like we got too many ghost encounters in the first half. It's good for all attacks. We're not quite strong enough to kill both of them in one battle with just a Lit 2 added in. So might as well intentionally go for 2 rounds and save the animation time. Sharks. Now I want the lit too. See if we can clean up the regular shark for free without using an attack on him. Discussions about Final Fantasy X. I really enjoyed the base game of Final Fantasy X, but then the international version with the Dark Aeons, I felt some of those were a little bit tedious to go and get your characters developed to the point that you could fight them, and especially if you made the mistake of not picking up the sphere before the Dark Aeons started showing up, and you had to fight who was it, Dark Bahamut, to get the Besaid sphere out. That's when you probably start really hating life. Was WonderSwan Color on equal power as the Game Boy Advance? No, it's basically Game Boy Color level technology. But the thing was, it was beating Nintendo's handhelds out to market by a little bit. So the potential was there. However, Nintendo kind of caught up really fast and probably surprised Bandai in the process. So then, once Nintendo had an equivalent powered console, it's like all of the developers just dropped them. Oh yeah, the question for the route. The last time I did WonderSwan, it was using Peninsula Power. So early on, there's a really big difference in terms of time. And then you slowly kind of bleed it off. But we are still pretty significantly ahead for the new route change. Like, basically, I did Marsh Cave here at level 5 instead of level 12. But then the levels, eventually you're going to need to have them. And so, it's just a question of where you end up getting them. Alright. Where are these guys? This is an unrunnable encounter, just like the ghosts. They do almost no damage, but boy can they be annoying. Now the other unrunnable we haven't seen yet, which is water mentals. They are weak to ice, which is a great time to break out those Blizzaras. We only need one fast spell, which is at the same tier for the Kraken battle. So I have quite a few Ice 2s, should the waters bother us. Alright, Angry Bear, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Meanwhile, the rest of us are just going to hang out in this battle. There we go. Ghosts. All right. They're actually called Sahagwins in the original version. Sahag was just what they shortened it to. It would have fit, but like R Sahag and Wiz Sahag would not have. Because Sahagwin takes up all of the letters for the display box. But they're very clearly Sahagwins in both visual design as well as the original names. Here's some waters. 1 to 3 waters, which is not a bad fight. The more difficult one. Oh, there's that awful sound again. That sounded like the class change, but not quite as bad. The more difficult waters are going to be in the later bit of the game when we have... Actually, I don't want to replace Pro Ring. Temple of Fiends is where the other waters are. Then they're in larger packs. And also, I don't have as free reign on my spell uses. Two ghosts shouldn't be a problem. Shh. Keep it on the down low about the beholder. We don't want the Twitch cops coming. It was clearly beholder. Like, they 100% went for that in the graphics, and then they kind of made a blobby replacement figure to go and cover it up later on. Actually, if I go ahead, I should do my normal ribbon there. It's like, if I can go ahead and put the ribbon on the fighter, then I could give him the power gauntlet and move the pro ring to Dan. At only minor costs armor. But we'll do that in Mirage Tower. Here's the final floor. We're going down to Kraken, and just like Carrie, the strategy is going to be haste and temper. This one, though, we have a little bit more danger that Kraken decides to go nuts and starts beating us up. He's got a really impressive physical attack. Not quite as good as Kraken 2 is going to have, but still a bit of a danger. He can easily one-shot any of the red mages and two-shot the fighter. Yes, the Higwins, I think, are folklore. Like, generally, merfolk had a pretty long history in fantasy before Dungeons & Dragons became a thing. There's so much about Dungeons & Dragons that was itself borrowed, so they can't enforce everything. In fact, what they do mostly today is enforce things like the rulebooks, so that the mechanics are what they charge you money for. But a lot of the monsters and scenarios and settings and things, those are just recycled between different incarnations. I'm going to go ahead and do one power glove here. So the power glove casts Saber, which is a better buff actually than Temper. It gives you a little bit more boost by a little tiny bit to your attack power, and it also gives you an accuracy bonus, which Temper does not. However, it uses up the fighter's turn. So you want to be careful about how many times you use the Giant's Glove versus have external buffs be cast on him. Like this time I'm going to do one Saber, but when you get to like the later ones like Kraken 2 or Tiamat 2, then you're looking at 2 Sabers, and Chaos is probably the only time you go to 3. Ooh, good hits. At least he hit the fighter, though, instead of the mage. Gotta keep all of our mages alive if we can. That's how most of the boss fights you want them to go. Don't do anything extremely dangerous, and just kind of let the fighter get buffed up. To be fair, really, except for like Kraken 2 and Temple of Fiends, the big thing that you worry about going down there is actually not the bosses, but the regular encounters. The random encounters can be pretty dangerous in Temple of Fiends Revisited, which is what a lot of levels are needed for. ting sound is so weird. All right, there we go. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Gonna go ahead and dip back into town to get my potions recovered here. Do I need any more antidotes? I think we're good on those. Yeah, those are good. Tents are good. Cottages are probably good at 5. Gold needles, 10 is gonna be more than plenty. How much cash do I have left over if I sell things? So Mithril Helmet can go. Diamond Gloves we don't need. Chainmail can go. Wizard Staff can go. I didn't get the Mage Staff, which is okay. Mithril Sword can go. Yeah, we can definitely afford the gold bracelets now for the mages. What a rude Ankelo. Alright. So before I go to the next dungeon, I have to do a side quest to learn Lufanish language and get the final entry piece to the chime. So we start that off by going to Dr. Oon back in Melmond. The sad truth is you go to Melmond way more times than you want in this this game. Hello there, Dr. Oon. We got you a present. It's a box of chocolates. Also a slab of bacon. And going from the best inn in the game to the worst, look at that gigantic cobweb in the entryway. Like, nobody goes to Melmond. The beds are dirty. Those sheets have not been changed in like 6 weeks. Who's in the grave? Link is in the grave for every version of the game except for the NES one, which has Erdrick. Should be high enough north. Too high north. Guy is right nearby Lufania, so I'm going to go ahead and get the gold bracelets right now. Okay, we get one for you. Get him a pro ring, that's what I want. Not that. That. There we go. Alright, we should be good. Okay, we don't have a 6-tier spell charge yet, but we're actually surprisingly close. I might be able to get Thundara with the current way the experience is going. I'd only have 1 use of it, so I'm kind of struggling to think about when it'd be helpful. It's best to have Thundara if you can before you go to Sea Shrine, which is not going to happen. Hey, Coward, welcome in. Just in time for some Final Fantasy WonderSwan here tonight. Getting ready to go into Mirage Tower and hopefully not find any Wormeks. Very few Wormeks would be the ideal outcome. There's a lot of strange sound effects. It's kind of like the difference between Nintendo and Genesis games, where it's immediately apparent that you've got some kind of different hardware or development team or something, because just like the whole character of the sound is different. But the graphics look almost identical to the PlayStation or GBA versions. Do canoe transitions add a step? They don't on NES, which is why I get into the habit of doing it. But it doesn't make a difference on the remakes. The remakes take out most of the safe squares that were in the original game. So like all the stuff around Corneria is gone, most of the ones in the dungeons are gone. You still have the dock squares, but that's pretty much it. And then inside of doorways, it's just the doorway itself. so you no longer have the south side or the south edge of the room safe as well. 4 Warmechs at once! What about 5 Warmechs? 4 Warmechs with a little palanquin that's carrying another Warmech on top. Could we get 5 Warmechs? Maybe 6. I don't know how heavy the floors are to withstand them. Yay, we didn't get Toga Party. So there's our chime, our last item we need for Tiamat's dungeon. And there's our warp, because we don't want to deal with these guys anymore. See you later, Lufania. They actually can't do that left-hand side walk in the original version. They moved the town a tile to the right in the remakes. They did a bunch of small changes that you probably don't notice unless you play the original a whole bunch. Like Lufania's over, Mirage Tower is further south, which makes it much easier to find. The airship landing spot's different for going to Ordeals or for going to Onrak. Inside of Ordeals, it's slightly different geometry on the top floor. Like you can't sneak around these little corners that used to exist. On the other hand, in Sea Shrine, there's all kinds of new edges to let you skip the trap tiles in certain rooms. It's kind of like they had pictures, and then they did their best, which is probably pretty close to what happened. Tyro! Time for some burgers. Somebody get the grill started. We got some Tyro burgers. You didn't have any Agma steaks, then you're first in line for the Tyro burgers here. Good news! More Tyro burgers coming. So these guys are like an Agma and a half, and at this point, you're looking for Agma half, 2 Agmas worth of experience or better for all the fights that you take. No, we crashed in the desert. We really shouldn't let Dan steer the airship. So first things first, we're going to grab the items here inside. Okay, we're level 19 as well. That's pretty good. Not going to do a single bad man. That's only 1 Agama right there. Alright, so you got Aegis. Everybody's pretty set up now. Teleport out to avoid some backtracking. I actually have a lot of teleports here, but we're going to do our traditional pattern, which is do 2 floors, exit out so I can house. It also gives me a good opportunity to blast many of the encounters that are good XP fights along the way, without having to worry about my magic consumption. Machine gun flamethrower engaged. Alright, vampires are pretty good. Now in GBA and later they actually doubled the vampires' health. Vampire, Garland, and Astos got their health boosted. And for Garland and Astos, makes total sense. They're mini bosses, they're unique. The vampires are a regular encounter. And so by boosting the vampire health for Earthcave, it also made the vampires here much worse. Luckily this version does not have that problem. I just warped. It's okay, we're really close to the entrance. Silly memory cursor. There we go. Just wanted the opportunity to get some more experience for those couple of steps. What do you think about what I want to pick up, if anything? We actually should get Cure, Cure 2, and Blink for the Knight. I need to get Blink for everybody, actually. But he didn't get Cure 2 earlier because he did not have spell slots back when we were at Elfland. In the center here, we're going to get the Dragon Mail Sun Sword. Probably bother picking up the Thor Hammer. That actually is a fairly good investment. If you've got a lot of the Thunder monsters that you might want to double up with the Zeus Gauntlet. Such as having to actually do Kraken 2's floor. Plus things like the Sentry and Guard. We haven't seen either of them yet, but guards are normally pretty common around this part of the dungeon. Man, more flamethrowers. No surprise, it's Dan needing all the healing. Here's an Agam and a half. I used to not bother with the Cerberuses, and then I learned when I was doing the 4-White Mage playthrough, they're actually pretty decent for XP. Nice, Yunuki. It's the advanced Final Fantasy studies that really separate out the different calibers of players. Actually, a big thing that really does help with this game is just understanding very deeply how the encounters work, like all the monster stats and the skills that they have, the weaknesses, so that you can really cut a careful edge on how much damage you do in the most efficient way of taking the battles. And yes, you can kind of work that into your route because you're doing encounter manipulation, but in the remakes, it's a little bit more freeform and forces you to have to do more kind of hard decisions about whether it's worthwhile investing your spells or running away, or what do you have to do to survive for another 5 minutes. More vampires, on the other hand. Fire 2, we know that is the right play to go. How much knowledge do you need in things that don't help you go fast? I mean, all knowledge is helpful. It's just sometimes you go fast in directions that you don't want to go. Yay. Alright, let's go ahead and grab our hammer here. Here's our Dragon Mail. Almost got to the Sun Sword. We're one step away. Hey, Time Servo. I am playing the WonderSwan version, but this is an emulator. Because there is no way to stream a WonderSwan. If there was, I probably wouldn't play that many WonderSwan games. I've got maybe like a dozen or so. But a lot of them are pretty good. That ice spell sounds so bad. The ice spell and the class change. The two things they maybe needed a little bit more work on. Go ahead, pass all those down. So at this point, everybody's got an ice sword or better. 2 ice swords, defender, and sun sword in our gear. Encounter manipulation does not work in any of the remakes. So you're relying a lot more on the fly routing. And except for the WonderSwan version, you've got quick save. So if you make a mistake, you don't lose that much progress. But WonderSwan's the special one, where you don't have manipulation and you don't have quick save. So you gotta just be really super prepared for anything that might happen. Is this Ace Bill Calendan? Of course it is. Of course it is. Two vampires not worth dealing with. At this point, I want to be much more cautious with my spell charges because this is the real trip up to Tiamat. So unless the monster encounter is really, really good, like this one's marginal-ish. I might do 2 chimeras if I was feeling hungry. 4 vampires I'll do. 4 vampires or 5 vampires is worth it. I know enough Japanese to get by. You actually don't even need that much for Final Fantasy. It's a pretty simple game to play with just kind of limited text. Not a lot of things that happen very quickly in battles. And so you can kind of make sure that you look at it twice. You know, double check in case you're unsure about something. Why are the splits quicker? The last time I did WonderSwan was back when I did a route that had Peninsula of Power in it. And Peninsula of Power requires an early game grind that's very, very time intensive. So what happens is you get incredibly far ahead with this new route, and then you kind of slowly converge in a bit. Right now we should be pretty well converged, so at this point any time differences are real. But Temple of Fiends is a tough dungeon. So if something goes wrong there, I could lose like 30 minutes. So even though I'm super far ahead, it doesn't guarantee that you can beat the time every time. I think within a couple tries, though, at most, we'll be able to lock in a time like this for future generations to look at. Alright, one more set of vampires. But this is it. Like, I have to really conserve my other Fire 2s. Nice, Boo Bear. Yeah, WonderSwan is extremely, extremely uncommon. I would be shocked if people knew about it that didn't have, like, a lot of time invested in the Japanese market. Blue D time. Yeah, 1 haste should be enough. We get thundered. Only Dan had gone faster. This is like normal mode, except a little bit harder. Well, actually a lot harder because of the no memo save. No memo save is a very big deal for how difficult it makes getting through these late game dungeons. Some of the early games as well. Alright, so I did pick up a Pro Ring, so I don't need to grab one here. We're not going to get the Bane Sword. It's better to do the Haste Temper strats for Tiamat than to go for the 1 in 7 chance of Bane. But I do need to get the ribbon. And I need to get the adamant for Excalibur. You could skip Excalibur. Definitely wouldn't want to skip both Excalibur and Mazmune unless you're feeling very dangerous. At least on this version. I think Excalibur is worth a bit of safety for the Fiend refights. Yeah, PlayStation version does not have MP. It was not until GBA that MP was a thing. And PlayStation was the last one to have even an option to do normal mode. So WonderSwan, normal mode only. PlayStation, toggle between normal or easy. And then GBA and PSP is easy only. In addition to the changeover for when they get spell slots versus MP, which happened in GBA. Okay, there's our last ribbon. That's going to go, for right now, on to Dan. It's also going to warp us back a floor so that we can save some backtracking. Go down for the Adamant Forged Excalibur. Should I get the white and black shirts? It's actually pretty tempting as a backup. So I can't wear either of these shirts, but white gives me Invis 2, which is like a half-strength blink on everybody, and black gives me Ice 2, which especially on Krakens where you need a lot of Ice 2s in Temple of Fiends. And it's nice not having to worry about using up your fast charges to do that. Is No Memesy the only difference? Mechanic-wise, that's the biggest thing that's standing out. It feels like it's a little bit slower for advancement, but I think that's just something I'm imagining. And then, of course, definitely the graphics and sound were overhauled between WonderSwan and PlayStation. Here's our shirts. Transitions happen quickly. Because it's still a disc-based game, you don't have the loading times that the PlayStation 1 had. Having a disc basically adds a bit of time to everything, just for changing the music if nothing else. And so the WonderSwan was cartridges. They're very similar to like a Game Boy Advance cartridge in terms of what the WonderSwan had. I'm not going to get a Pro Cape. I thought about it. It's like, well, I really just want to survive the wizards. I'm gonna assume that bot is a bad bot. Because it's got a funny name, and it's one of the image sites that I've never seen anything legitimate from. Next time, Greenleaf. You'll get him next time. Alright, Tiamat. Again, haste, temper, and whacking Tiamat really, really hard over the head with a sword is the winning play. Better than Bane, which takes a couple of rounds at best to have a decent chance. This one's a much more consistent time for beating her. I miss Elena as well. That was the best bot. Were there Wormeks? There were no Wormeks. There were also no death machines, which is what Wormek is called in this version. We're gonna do one giant glove here. We'll see if Bill survives. He took a big munch in round 1. But a lot of Tiamat's attacks are AoEs. Oh, perfect. Munching Ace is the best thing we can have happen. Are the hits just accuracy minus evasion? Each individual hit is like that. But it does hits one at a time. So you have an opposed check for however many times that you have hits to give. And that means if you got really unlucky, none hit. And if you got super lucky, they all hit. Or somewhere in between could happen. Alright. Not Warmech. No Warmechs tonight. Sorry. If you got your pre-orders in, take your coupon to the next stream. Maybe your Warmech is waiting for you there. I should check. Did we get... We have a 6-tier spell slot. I could get Thundara here. I don't really get a lot of use out of it, though. My alternative is Fog, too. Which is not bad. Let's do Thundara. Not Thundara, Thundaga. This is the 3rd tier. So I got 1 cast of this spell. I think we're going to do the traditional blinks for the Kraken fight. And I decided to go with teleporting everybody instead of Fire 3. That one's a little bit more of a hard decision because Fire 3 is really a lot more versatile. Do I get Cure 2 for the night? The last thing I need to get is Blink for everybody, and I probably don't want to get Cure 1 for the night. Because the easy thing to do is accidentally cast Cure 1 with him a couple times, then you don't have any Blinks for Kraken. Okay, maxed in potions. Doing pretty good on everything else. Potions are going to be the biggest worry in Temple of Fiends Revisited. There we go. Blinks all around. Now, if we get a lot of zombie Ds, that'll be disappointing, but not atypical. Here we go. Level 20 is not bad for this area, but it's still probably 8 to 10 levels below what you'd have in a casual playthrough. And it's not the easiest of dungeons even for casual play. And since we don't have encounter manipulation, we have to worry about pretty much anything happening for our trip down here. Okay, performs fine. You know what I didn't do? I didn't get the Excalibur forged. I'm gonna give up my great start in Temple of Fiends to get that Excalibur. It's gonna help Ace out a lot for the attack, so as painful as it is, because we had like a great start there, I'll do it. I'm used to not having the Excalibur in most of the remakes. You can actually skip Excalibur and Masmume because the tempers will basically replace any buffs that they would have. It just costs you a little bit of time to get those tempers into place. And what happens for WonderSwan and also for PlayStation in the normal difficulty is that you just don't have enough time in the fights. Because you don't have any resources to recover if you have to do a whole bunch of healing after every boss. Oh man, if we could actually save the fiends being dead, that would be huge. And what we're referring to is that all of the fiend refights in here are actually trap tiles, which means they don't go away after walking over them. So there's no way to, clear out most of the dungeon and then go back in without having to do the boss refights a second time. Otherwise, like 4 white mages, a lot of challenge runs be so much simpler because you could do it in a couple of passes. Here's the Frosty's a pain. Oh, that's good. We have to get through here with like minimal use of heal potions until we get about halfway through. A lot of the big ones are going to be Lich's Nuke, which I'm going to try to get 2 mages turned to stone. I can't manipulate the Germedusa fight to happen, so we're just going to have to grind it out a little bit. Also, this stinks. We don't want all of this damage. I don't have a heal helmet or a heal staff or anything that'll let me get through these with an easy recovery afterwards. Also, this is super dangerous. Ghastly territory. That's not ghastly, that's perfect. Why are purple rooms unrunnable? The encounter formation is marked in certain ways. Okay, I need to have ribbon on you temporarily. So basically they reuse the same encounter formations between different monster groups. So that's why sometimes you've got these really strange ones for the unrunnables. Like there'll be a boss pack or a boss monster in some other dungeon or some other context for it. And luckily we did not forget the loot. No loot skips tonight. Hey Couch, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Alright, the way down is open, but not clear. There is a lot of stuff that gets in our way, like these things. Yeah, if I Thor Hammer and Zeus, that'll still kill the Frost Wolves. Hopefully they don't breath us. Fire 2 is more useful as a Cure 2 later on. But we're putting ourselves a bit at risk for the AoE attack. Nice bluebacks. I know there's a... I think it's Cygnus was open source, but it's even older than WonderSwan for its core. And I think that was what they used for BizHawk's core of WonderSwan. I use WonderSwan because it's a little bit better shape for actual standalone gameplay. But none of these have been updated in at least 10 years. 2002, even better. That's 5 years older than my update. Oh no, the quadruple Frosty ambush. This is pain. Nothing breath. There goes Bill. That cost me a huge amount of magic. That's what I'm talking about for things that can happen in this run. I guess I can leave Bill dead until after Lich. Reduces the number of people that need to get unpetrified. At this rate, we might not have enough healing to make it all the way down. This is a lot of damage for the first half. When do I reset? Probably right about now. Alright, doing Phantom again. That's a shame, because we had a really good way up there. And then, that did not go well for the return trip down. Alright, try number 2. This is where all of our time can disappear. That's 6 potions so far. 6 potions in one battle. Didn't even get Frosties. Okay, first strike. That's really helpful. Anytime we get first strike, it means that we don't have to worry about running. Pretty sure we're gonna have to do this without quadruple Gasties. Even 2 Gasties is really bad. It's a shame after a very good start there. Is it guaranteed 4? It's 3 to 4 Frosties, so you've got a 50% chance of having 1 less. Alright, that was 7 potions. The thing is, if we get to the elemental floors, it actually doesn't really get much easier, unlike NES where you've got the step manipulation to give you a good pathway through a lot of this. That was about 15 potions. Hey, Kotaku. Yeah, we'll get it eventually. It's the question of how good is the overall run going to be? Because of the number of times we have to retry it. I'll feel a lot more confident once we get past the Lich. That's the really last big stumbling block for a while, in terms of just raw damage for a single fight. Poor Chimera is wasting our first strike on these guys. I mean, it's still nice to get the first strikes, but I've been better in this fight. One Frost Breath is not terrible. Not the 4 Warmax. We were lucky in Temple of Fiends for the first playthrough. Like, we just got really good luck for everything until we got past Phantom and that return trip down. Oh. We got the 10% chance of not being ambushed, and then we failed to run. So now we're getting the fire 3s. Try again. Unfortunately, the only real alternative for this version is to do more grinding. And the individual levels don't really help that much. It's big chunks of levels that you need to get much stronger. On the other hand, if we were to grind, Temple of Fiends is a good place to do it. That's not a bad start. Maybe I'll save with the orb removed to cut out the cutscene time. We're so early into that. I'm not going to take a mage ambush. We just have to hope to not get mages. Really, that third floor is the worst overall. Ghasties are 46% chance. The mages are actually really uncommon, but unfortunately we got 2 in a row. First floor's got a lot of frosties, although they're only like 25%. Ace is doing actually pretty good at running. All my hopes are on him. Because the rest of these guys, seems like they enjoy this. They enjoy this a little bit too much. That's 3 Frost Breaths going across. 4 Frost Breaths. It's probably too much. Fire 3 actually does a pretty good job on these guys with not enough spell charges to use. It doesn't really help for WonderSwan or PlayStation. GBA though, Fire 3 will just blast them and you can just recover your MP, so it's no sweat. That was a good one. Come on, good third floor. Only 2 Ghasties. Even though we did get gassed. Double gassed. Still a start. Badman's fine. I mean, really, you gotta hope for nothing, but that's very, very unlikely to happen. Gas will pretty much always do more than their physical. Like, even if they crit, it's really tough for the Ghasty to do more than that. Alright, this might kill Dan. Dan's still alive. Very, very wounded, though. Why can't you guys agree on who to kill? Let's just leave Ace and Cal up for a little while, see what they can do. Fortunately, has most of my healing potions right here. Yeah, we're already be down to 60 probably before we even get to Lich. Alright, so Dan does not need the ribbon, but we do need that on Ace. We hadn't gotten the last ghast yet. That's actually safe squares on the NES version where you cannot get encounters once you're past Phantom. But like most safe squares in the game, they've been removed in the remakes. Yeah, we just need better luck to get through this this section. Unfortunately, it does require good luck. It's not just that I'm getting bad luck, which I am, but you need actively good luck to survive. All right, let's do it again. Save the animation time. I think if we're at the point where we're worrying about the black orb time, then probably it's a lost cause. No, I think we just want to go everybody except for Bill. Bill, why are you such a failure? Take 12. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is the 12th try. It might be more like number 8. It's getting up there, though. One ace. We'll give you one more try. No, got Fubuki'd. Okay, performance are good. First floor I'm just being picky on because I don't want to take a big deficit going upstairs. Third floor is where most of the attempts have to be really spot on. Alright, so we might get Blizzard Breath pretty hard here. Let's find out. Okay, there's 2 down. There's 1. This is way less damage though than the Frosty Breath. There's 2 of them, so that's about Frosty Breath. 2.5. That was really unlucky. 1 in 4 chance of him using Frost Breath each round. We'll see if we make it to Phantom here. But if we make it to Phantom without any serious encounters, that's beating out the luck you get anywhere else. Nope, not making it to Phantom. I will probably give it until it hits -20 on the clock for Phantom. And if we're not done by then, even though it would still potentially be a better run overall than the previous one, I'm going to quit for the night, and we will do more WonderSwan in the future. So I'm not worried about not getting it tonight. What I might have to do is just grind a bunch before going in here, which costs time up front. But if we're just not successful enough at this level, then there's no point banging your head against a brick wall. 20 though really should be enough. I was doing PlayStation 1 at 18, and it's the same mechanics. That's progress. Heal staff, we do not have a heal staff. In order to get the heal staff, you have to do the Nightmare Fight and Ordeals twice. I could potentially start picking up a couple of heal staffs and heal helmets, but you would have to find a spot where you can really grind the encounter out to get the heals done. And it does help out quite a lot to have 1 or 2 of those on the way down, but it's really tough to find good spots for it. Like, you might be able to get one on Carrie's floor, although the timing doesn't always work out really well for that. And most other floors, the monsters are bad enough that you can't really get one monster isolated, because he's doing more damage than your recovery items are giving you back each round. Yeah, if we had memo save, this would have been no sweat. We'd be done with the game by now. No, not quite done. We'd be probably maybe like on Tiamat 2's floor. But close to being done. There's a good start. Obviously, Wizzvamp is runnable. That's a really rare encounter on this floor. Badman's runnable. Gasties are not. Still, that's their first bad encounter so far. We'll see how bad it is. Ooh, the dodge is good. Two poison gases, okay. Three poison gases. Very marginal. We had a very good run up until then, and then the gases started piling up. Four poison gases. Well, that was a really big one too for Bill. That kills Bill. The rest of the team not doing great. We'll see if we get another Ghastly on the other side of Phantom or not. Alright, so Bill's Ribbon can get scavenged for you. Ace unfortunately jumping the gun, giving Phantom at least one turn in here. Phantom actually does a surprising amount of physical damage, but Stop or Glare are both good. Because we got ribbons on everybody. There's the physical. 387. It's more than his max HP. It's just you and me now, Dan. Last step Ghastly fight. I don't think this is going to work out. Could have been worse. Oh, not done yet. Now it's done. There we go. Yeah, one thing about Phantom is he has actually got a ridiculous physical attack. You rarely see it, though, because he mostly does his spells and skills. But he can one-shot everybody except for a fighter. So now the problem of doing this with two people is that it's a lot harder to get through the encounters on these intermediate floors. Got less chances to run, and also less ways to do damage. But I don't really want to have my other two mages back yet for a while. Not until after Lich has been... I have to fire this. Really don't want to use these charges up, because this is Cure 2s. That's 60 recovery, or 2 to 3 potions. Potions are also less useful in the remakes than they are in the NES version. NES, you get guaranteed 30 recovery for using a potion outside of battle, and in remakes, it's just the normal Cure 1. So instead of having a pool of like 3,000 hit points guaranteed, I've got more like 2,200. Hey, Joker. Version differences are basically on the screen, the bottom right. We're just gonna let the Phantom split roll until I decide it's my last try. Dan's not dead yet. He's getting there. It'll be a good gamble to do Dan in the Lich fight, but I don't have a choice. 3 unrunnable Frost Giant fights. We're gonna need a really good first floor. Like, a really amazing first floor here. No, not dead yet. Look at the timer. This might be the last try. We will die really fast, and I get one more try in, where this will be it. Oh, so close. Well, it's purple worm, so no frosty problems. Made it to Lich's floor for the first time. I'm going to take that Phantom Split. This is not good here. 2 characters makes this a lot tougher. This unfortunately is unrunnable. Earth, Fire, and Water Elementals on the way down are all unrunnable. After we get past the Lich, though, I can have the rest of my team back. So then those become less aggravating to deal with. For this one, it's just Ace and Dan for a little while. Yeah, already halfway through potions. Haven't done the Cure 1s and Cure 2s yet. But those go really fast. Like, if I'm using those up before Tiamat 2, then they're probably not going to last. So what makes Lich terrifying is Nuke, which he does 75% of the time on his first action for spells. If he doesn't do it in the first round, then it's again a 75% chance in round 2. Ace, unfortunately, jumping the gun, missing out on his haste here. Greatly increases the chance of the nuke. There it is. And Dan has to survive this. Dan survived. Ace took almost max, but Dan got a resist in. So he's still in the game. Alright, let's start working on this. Now, I have no guarantee I can actually make it through the rest of this, but you know, we'll give it a shot. I'm going to be out of potions here. Yeah, this is not happening. I just looked at my numbers and it's like, you know what? This doesn't come even anywhere close. So we basically need perfect fiends on the way down, which could, in the very unlikely case that it happens, get us to within sight of chaos. I think I will grab Pro Cape. That's 6 more defense for one of my red mages. Which, since there is a lot of physical attacks coming up, it's going to be important for the person in slot 2. This is the floor where you'd want to grind with the heal staff and heal helmet to maybe get rid of 1 round of potions needed. Looks like it's going to be pretty essential to do that in a future try. I've got enough tempers I can make this happen. It's going to be 2 tempers and a giant's glove here, plus the fast. $177 damage. That is 6 more potions gone. I mean, we're already out of potions. 300 damage. Fury fight. Hoping we don't get stuck in these battles, because you can take a lot of damage in these big pile encounters, and some of them are tough to run from. You didn't really have as much of a problem with this in Sea Shrine because they were smaller numbers. And you also didn't really care about running out of potions and things, but it definitely hurts a lot more here. Bill, don't die. We already used the life spell on you. Alright, time to burn everything from Dan. Just did that on Dan. I didn't want to do that on Dan. Can I get by with that? I think we'll try it. So what I'm going to do is, since Dan's not going to be there for the end anyway, I want to avoid him using up any resources on himself. So we want Dan dead. We're not going to revive him after Kraken should he pass on. We'll see how this goes. We're not going to get Masmune. That way I don't have to go all the way to the bottom floor, next floor. And here we go, Kraken time. So, yeah, we're not even going to blink. White shirt. Okay with not getting a haste in from you. You're going to white robe. You can haste and temper. Okay. The best person for him to hit if he's going to attack anybody, except for Dan. Dan would be even better to hit. Hey, Mario, thank you very much for the good luck. We're going to need it. One. Definitely want to get that in. You have not used the temper yet, and you can white shirt. Lit 2 is not bad. That's 600. We're not quite doing enough damage to make this work without the other tempers. Ink's great. Alright, that really helped. Well, we did get it. Never mind. We had just enough. Okay, no purple worms. Alright. So at this point, go all in cures on Ace. Try to keep Cal alive. There's all over Cure 1s. I got a couple Cure 2s here. Get Dan can haste. It's worth another temper. You're gonna white shirt, or should we go with tempers? I think you're gonna white shirt here first. I got Warp Zerac, and the problem is just that we don't have enough healing. Oh, good, nobody died on Bane. The problem is getting down here without using up all the healing. Lightning is kind of unfortunate. Let's see how much damage it does. Alright, Dan's still alive, but very surprising. We're gonna go for offense after this. We need 2 hits. Both by Ace. That one doesn't count. This might be the end of Dan. Dan's down. Alright, Ice 2. It's unfortunate she's getting a little bit more damage in, but we survived it. to chaos without an encounter? We can! Okay. Man, this is so tense. There's all your cure 2s. So now we got one last battle to go. It's still like a really solid time if you look at the numbers. But boy, was that rough. I think if I was going to spend those 25 minutes again, I mean, you could just hope to get lucky your first try. But I think 3 to 4 levels would be really good there as well. Just getting more spell slots, more HP, and then more damage in the fights. So we need Ace to not get paralyzed. We also need Chaos to not wreck us. There's his first spell, so he's going heavy on the spells. Skills, we can do the first 2. After that, the skills start getting really damaging. There's skill number 1. Actually, I guess skills 2 and 3 are really damaging. Skill 1 and 4 are good. It's tougher in this one because you don't have that free crack near the beginning of the fight. Okay, didn't get paralyzed. He has 1 spell in, 1 skill in. We're going to go for the attack after this to see how much damage we're doing with Ace here. I have to continue healing with Cal and Bill, so they don't get to buff him again quite yet. There's skill number 2. You can see why the damage is so important. That is really good damage. Gotta keep Ace alive here. He's got 2 spells, so the next one is slow, but we can kill him even if he slows us here. The worst outcome is if he does a paralysis attack on Ace. He does not. There we go, Chaos. 414.29. Man, that was a bit sweaty at the end there. A little bit too hot in here.